Hey, stream greeters. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm stream greeting. Hey, I'm glad that you're here today. If you're joining us live online, we're pumped that you're joining us here at Kensington. We'd love for you also to come and check out one of our services live if you can get to it. We have a 10:45 and a 12:30. But anyways, we are in a series called Don't Be That Guy. And I'm telling you, you're in for a treat. Thanks for being with us. Again, my name's Josh. We're glad that you're here. Thanks for joining.
Excuse me. You could have at least left me a spot.
Sorry, hon. Don't want to get any scratches on her. And by the way, nice van.
What a...
Don't be that guy.
Bananas are my favorite fruit. Hashtag strawberry banana smoothie.
Actually, the banana is not classified as a fruit.
What?
It is an herb. This is because bananas do not grow on trees, but on plants because it never forms a woody stem like a tree does. Rather, it forms a succulent stalk. There's a small shoot from the underground rhizome called quorum. Also, the banana is not related to palms as most people think. So enjoy your herb smoothie.
What the heck?
Don't be that guy.
Hey, we're glad that you guys are here with us today in Kensington. Welcome. Hey, we're actually going to start by singing a song we love here. Let's sing it. I was buried beneath my shame. Who could carry the kind of weight? It was my tomb till I met you. Come on, let's put our hands together. Let's loosen up. I was breathing, but not alive. All my tears I tried to hide. It was my tomb till I met you. Here we go. So when you call my name, I ran out of that grave, out of the darkness, into your glorious day. You called my name, and I ran out of that grave, out of the darkness, into your glorious day. Now your mercy saved my soul. Now your freedom is all that I know. The old made new. Jesus, when I met you, you called my name, and I ran out of that grave, out of the darkness, into your glorious day. You called my name, and I ran out of that grave, out of the darkness, into your glorious day. Here we go, everybody. Come on. Every hand. We gotta loosen up a little bit. I know it's 9 o'clock. That's sleeping in for me, man. I needed rescue. My sin was heavy. My chains break at the weight of your glory. I needed shelter. I was an orphan, and now you call me a citizen of heaven. When I was broken, you were my healing, and your love is the air that I'm breathing. I have a future. My eyes are open, 'cause when you call my name, I ran out of that grave, out of the darkness, into your glorious day.
That was awesome. You guys awake yet? Welcome to Kensington Church. My name is Michael Bouchard. I'm the Student Ministries Director here. And we just want to say, if you're new here, thank you for coming. We're so glad you're here. Before you leave today, we have a place out there. You might have seen the big giant signs that says Hub. So we would love for you to stop by on your way out and get some information. Tell us a little bit about you and find out or ask any of your questions. And also, if you've been here a while and maybe you do want to plug in, maybe you do want to get some more information about upcoming serving projects or whatever, you can also stop by there. They are the people who know everything. So look for the cool TV screens and the cooler people that are underneath it. I want to let you know, see I'm wearing this shirt, it's called Wild, because this weekend we're taking our middle schoolers and high schoolers up to Spring Hill Camps for the Wild Retreat, which is pretty awesome. Anybody going in the room? All right, good, okay. You're still sleeping, Olin, I see it. All right, awesome. Well, it is one of the coolest experiences for a middle schooler and high schooler that we have throughout the school year. Now, we go to Spring Hill Camps quite a bit. We have the women's retreat in the spring. We have Smash. Anybody go Smash before? Someone's awake. Okay. Rock Your Families in the summer. Man Up is in the fall. And then, that's right, for the 5th grade retreat's coming up. But also, this weekend is our weekend for middle schoolers and high schoolers. We rent out the whole camp. We send up 500 middle schoolers and high schoolers from all of our campuses. And what I want to tell you is, if you've ever wanted to get your kid into an experience that will change their life, this is it. And there might be middle schoolers and high schoolers in here that are nervous to go on it, or your kid might be nervous to go on it. What we say is most kids are nervous to go on it. You're not going to be the only one who doesn't know somebody on this trip. And every student that goes comes back with a best friend. That's just how it happens. And they come back with major life change. And if you're really still nervous, tell a friend to come with you. Sign-ups close midnight on Tuesday. So make sure you sign up. You only got three more days counting today to sign up. So I'd like to invite a friend of mine to come on up, a couple friends of mine to come on up. We have our interns this year. Let's hear it for them. Here at Kensington, we believe in the next generation, and that is why we created the internship program. And it's not just for those who are young, right? It's the next generation, the next wave of leaders. So this crew plus one signed up for this year and are hanging out with us all year, and we're really pouring into them, and they're pouring into you guys in these programs. So I'd like them to introduce themselves to you.
I got it. Thank you. I'm Nathan North. I'm a worship arts intern.
I'm Marissa Hopkins, and I'm an 1829 intern.
I'm Carly Thayer, and I'm a production intern.
I'm Jacob Farnsworth, and I'm an 1829 intern.
And we have one more, Carrie Johnson, who's interning with Move Out. She's actually out at the Hope Water Project run down in Detroit, helping to put that on. So make sure you get to meet these people. Look for them throughout this year and get to know them. Take them out for coffee. They will really appreciate it. So what we'd like to do now is stand up, turn to the person next to you, and tell them what your favorite Michael Jackson song is.
I'm gonna make a change for once in my life. It's gonna feel real good. Gonna make a difference. Gonna make it right. As I turn up the collar on my favorite winter coat, this wind is blowing my mind. I see the kids in the street, but not enough to eat. Who am I to be blind, pretending not to see them weak? A summer's disregard, a broken bottle top, and a one-man store. They follow each other on the wind, you know. the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways. And no message could have been any clearer. If you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself, then make the change. Na 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 na. Been a victim of a selfish kind of love. It's time that I realize that there's someone with no home, and not a nickel to loan. Could it be really me pretending that they're not alone? A willow deeply scarred, somebody's broken heart, and a washed out dream. They follow the pattern of the wind and sea, 'cause they got no place to be. That's why I'm starting with me. I'm starting with the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways. And no message could have been any clearer. If you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and make a change. I'm starting with the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways. No message could have been any clearer. If you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and make a change. I'm starting with the man in the mirror. Oh yes, you better change. Ooh, ooh. If you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and make the change. You gotta get it right while you got the time. 'Cause when you close your heart, then you close your mind. The man in the mirror. Oh yes, I'm asking him to change his ways. No message could have been any clearer. If you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and make that change.
That's enough. That's my best Michael Jackson right there. How you doing? Reagan went and got me this glove online just for that moment. Was it worth it? I don't know. If you can't moonwalk, you can't do much. But isn't that a great song? That's a great song. In fact, last October, I turned a sort of special number on my birthday. It was the big, 4-0 or 5-0 or maybe something like that. And my wife took me out to Vegas, and we saw the Michael Jackson Cirque du Soleil. Anybody seen it? So I got a picture with Michael. Here's a picture with Michael doing my best Michael Jackson impersonation. He's alive. You didn't know that. He's in Vegas. So where is it? The picture's coming up somewhere. There it is. There it is. Well, they didn't even show you that. Look. Yeah, it's a little embarrassing. Look at my wife. She's so embarrassed. She's like, what the heck is happening right now? I'm like, can I even show that picture? Is it obscene? But anyway, I'm just touching the belt. Okay, so anyway. But here's the thing on that song. That song, you can put it down now. Please put it down. Please, please. That song is exactly where this message is going today, the third week of Don't Be That Guy. You know, that guy who nobody wants to be, that guy or that gal that just, bugs everybody. And the way to not be that guy is all about looking at the man in the mirror or the woman in the mirror. I didn't know this till just recently. Michael didn't write that song. Some of you Michael Jackson fans probably know that. It's written by Sadiah Garrett, who actually was brought in by Quincy Jones to a house and said, we need hits, write hits. She showed up an hour late with this song. And Quincy said, Michael will not sing somebody else's song, and an hour later called her and said, he wants your song. This song is unbelievable because the words are so good. I'm looking at the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways. I saw y'all singing it. It was like a worship song for you. I saw y'all singing it. There's no message that could be any clearer. If you want to make the world a better place, then what do you got to do? Make the change, right? I mean, that's what the whole song's about. And it's like, okay, if you and I don't want to be that guy, I was going to wear that glove the whole message, but I figured it'd distract you. It might give me like special powers or something. But in order, not to be that guy, we've got to make a change, not to somebody else, but to ourselves. It's funny, isn't it? Sometimes we don't even realize we're that guy. When I drive, I'm always the guy, complaining about how everybody else drives. Anybody else ever do that? Anybody married to somebody like that? It's like everybody else is an idiot driving, but you're perfect, right? And I remember one time we had a all staff meeting at our new Clinton Township building last spring, and I was a little late, so I was whipping down Hall Road to get there. And I remember I barely whipped into the parking lot, and I ran in, and I'm not kidding. I was just in the lobby there, and all these staffers showing up. And I heard one of our staff members talking to somebody else, and they said this. They go, man, we almost didn't make it here. Some bald dude in a black car whipped right in front of us, and we literally almost hit the guy. He just whipped right in front of us. I'm like, I put a hat on, and I just walked by. I mean, I was that guy. I was that guy that we all complain about, and I would have never told you I was that guy, but I was like, oh my gosh, I heard somebody else talking about that guy who is me. And I thought, okay, today in our last week, because this whole series has been about hypocrisy, and it's so easy to see hypocrisy in others and not see it in ourselves. And the truth is, everybody's a hypocrite at some level. I see all these studies that people don't go to church because Christians and people at the church are hypocrites. Well, guess what? Everybody's a hypocrite. You can pick on church people if you want, but non-church people are just as much not living out what they say they believe or what they say they're going to do as much as church people. Everybody struggles with this. So here's all I thought I'd do today. All I want to do today is take that phrase, don't be that guy, and flip it. Here's what I want to end the series with. I want to encourage you and I to be that guy or gal, and I just change it to this. Be the guy, forget that guy, be the guy or the gal that people want to follow. Seriously, that's what the whole day is about. What would it take for you and I to be the person, guy or gal, that other people actually see our life, and it's so magnetic, they want to be like us? Because that guy, that gal is the opposite of that. Nobody wants to be that guy or that gal. Nobody wants to be around that guy or that gal. We do anything. But when you meet somebody that's a person of integrity, you know what the word integrity means? We're going to explain that. The whole day is about that word. When you meet a person that's living a life of integrity, that's the kind of people that you want to follow. And you want to become that person. And here's what I'm going to say. You become that person so others are following you. Now, it's really interesting. If you study the word integrity, some of you know this, and I've said this here before, but I didn't know it for years. The word actually comes from a math word. Anybody know what word? Integer. Now, some of you math scholars, can you tell me what an integer is? What kind of number is an integer? It's a whole number. Now, some of you just connected the dots and go, oh, so integrity is about being whole. Yeah, you got integers, which are whole numbers. You got fractions, which are divided numbers, right? What integrity means is be a whole person. What's that mean? It literally just means this. Your walk matches your talk. Your behaviors match your beliefs. You do what you say. I'll never forget, for 33 years, I was the Detroit Lions chaplain. Some of you know that. In the 33 years, we won one playoff game. And this year, I'm not their chaplain anymore, and they're probably going to win the Super Bowl. Just the way it's going to work. And if they don't, I'll be fine. If they do, I'll really be mad. But this has been one of the greatest falls of my life. I would be in Miami right now. It's just the right time after 33 years to do this. But it's really interesting. My first year with the Lions, back at the Silverdome, 1985, we had a coach named Frank Gantz, who has since gone to be with the Lord. His son is now catching special teams. But he would always stand in front of us in the locker room, and he would always say this. He'd just do that. I'll never forget it. He'd say, what a man says, what a man does. That's what he'd say. What a man says, what a man does. There should be no gap. They should be the same thing. And so he was using that in the area of football. Like, you have a job to do that job. You tell your teammate, I'll be in the A gap, you better be in the A gap. You can't be in the B gap. You can't be taking a play off A gap, be there. You know, and I was watching him do this in football, and I'm like, it's no different in life. I'll be there at a.m. Be there. I made a vow till death do us part. Be there. I mean, it's just so many areas of our life where you think, what is integrity? It is saying one thing, talk, walking the talk. They're matched up. But guess what? Most people live like this. I just wrote in my notes, I just said it this way. Integrity equals no gaps. Now you know what that phrase means. Integrity equals no gaps between what? What a person says, what a person does, what a person believes, how a person behaves. There's no gaps. Now, again, I'm not saying we're perfect people, but I'm saying, man, when a person has integrity, man, woman, boy, girl, people want to follow those kind of people. Am I right? Here's a math equation. Since, the integrity comes from the word integer, I thought I'll come up with a math equation so you'll never forget what integrity is. Integrity math equation is this. T plus W equals I. Or maybe I said it the other way around. W plus T, it doesn't matter. Where is it? It's got to come up there somewhere. There it is. T plus W equals I. What is that? Come on, you know. Talk plus walk equals integrity. They got to be the same. That's what integrity is. And so even when Michael Jackson's singing about, take a look at the man in the mirror, it's like, man, oh man. That's how you find out what kind of person we are. We look in the mirror, and by the way, I'm going to show you by the end, you need other people to be a mirror for you who will tell you the truth about what kind of life you're living. But I'm just telling you, here's all I know. I want to be a man of integrity. In fact, I would almost say it's more important than any other character trait you can think of. Because if you can trust a man or woman's word, and I don't mean just what they say, but that their life matches it up, you can trust them. And trust me, you want to follow those kind of people. Think about this. Leadership, and this is true in any area, whether it's in a business or in a church or in a family, leadership has two sort of invisible badges. Think about this. A leader has one badge that would say position of leader, and you have authority because you're in that position and you have that title, and people have to follow you because you're in the authority of the title of the leader of this group or this organization or this company or this church, whatever, right? That's a position, it's a title, but there's another one I think is more important. You know what it is? It's an invisible badge. It's called the moral position of leadership. What's that mean? That's integrity. See, if a person has the title and the authority of being a leader and there's no integrity, you tell me, will people follow them very long? They have to for a while because they're their boss. But if there's no integrity between what they say and what they do, they're not really great leaders and people really aren't following them. But when a person, and it doesn't even matter if they have the title or the position of leadership, but if they have the moral authority of their life matches their words, you can trust what they say, because when you peel back the secret closets of their life, you don't find dirt. You find they actually are living what they say on a stage or in a boardroom or in a family room. They're actually living that in the private areas of their life, because that's where integrity is really discovered, right? Those kind of people are followed. Let me ask you something. Is integrity big? It's huge. Think about it. Think of the people that you respected, that when you found out their life was a lie, how it destroyed you. I just had one, just crushed me. One of my mentors and idols in my life. I honestly think, not an idol, but a real person I respected. I honestly think that one of the reasons I'm standing here today, one of the reasons for sure that we started Kensington Church 29 years ago, was because of this guy. He taught at my seminary the first week, actually the second week in my seminary class, and when he spoke on the first day of my class, he was only there for 1 week, he came in as a guest pastor. The first day he spoke and shared what God had called him to do in Chicago, start a church called Willow Creek. His name was Bill Hybels. When he shared that, I came home that day. Many of you have heard the story because you need to hear the story. This is how Kensington started. I came home that day from class and said to Ann, I know what God's called me to do. I didn't know yet. I knew it was in ministry. I didn't know specifically what kind. I came home and said, I just heard a guy talk about starting a church that reaches people that don't like church, men that don't want to go to church. That's me. I now know that's what I got to do. So we came to Detroit to work with the Detroit Lions for free as a chaplain, but I knew I have to be a part of starting a church, which is now called Kensington, and it all started because of Bill Hybels. And some of you know what just happened with Bill Hybels. who had to resign from his position as the leader of Willow. The entire elder board resigned. The two people that they picked to replace him both resigned because there's a major scandal that there were private things going on in his life that were deplorable with women and authority and all kinds of things. And, you know, when I first heard it, I thought there's no way, it's just a scam, and now it's been revealed that it really was true. And I traced back one of the articles to realize that the day he was speaking to me in our class in 1982, he was starting to have some of these indiscretions in his life right then. And it's like, oh, it just crushed me. A man's incredible, incredible legacy was destroyed. Now, can God rebuild? I don't know what God's going to do, but wow. Integrity is everything. I listened to Craig Groeschel, another guy that I really respected, probably one of the biggest churches in the world, Life Church, and he says it this way: if you have integrity, it's all that matters. If you don't have integrity, it's all that matters. Do you understand what we're talking about today? It's that big. It's so, so important. You know, it's interesting. You know, for 15 or so years, I coached youth football with the Rochester Redskins around this area when my three boys were going through that program, and then over at Adams High School. And all I knew as a coach of youth sports or high school sports, I knew one thing. I had the position of leadership because a title of offensive coordinator for Adams High School. But I knew more important than my position and title was my integrity as a man of God in this community for those young men. I knew it. I knew the only thing that really matters for these young men is they want to know, can we trust Coach Wilson to be a man of his word? I remember every time I get to practice, like, I got to show up on time. Why? Because I told him I'd be here at a certain time. It can't be late. You do whatever I can. And there are times that you can't always fulfill those, but it's like, that matters. When I speak a word to them, it has to be true. They're watching my life, not because I'm a pastor, because I'm a man who's an influence in their life. And they're young men who I feel like God has called me to be in their life to help young boys become men. I thought, oh my gosh. People would say, man, being a coach is an important job. Nope, it's not an important job. Being a man of integrity is a more important job. It's just that big. So here's the question. How do we become a person of integrity? That's the only way I'm going to try to answer today. And I just said this: replace hypocrisy with integrity. So how do we do that? Replace hypocrisy with integrity. Now, the truth is, I said it already, most people have some level of hypocrisy in their life. I don't know if you ever heard this story, but I was digging around the internet because I read this years ago, and I found out it actually did happen. A person sent a letter to the IRS years ago. Here's what it said. This check for $1,150 is because I cheated on my taxes last year and I have not been able to sleep ever since. Signed, Tom. And then P.S. If I still can't sleep, I'll send you the rest of the money. I thought it was a joke, but it actually really, really happened, you know. I remember one time, my oldest, CJ, lives down in Detroit now. He's 32 now. I remember when CJ was, 5 years old. He did something, I caught him in a lie. Your kids ever lie? Yes, they lie. And so did mine, okay? And so I caught him in a lie. I don't remember the details, but it was like caught him red-handed. And what did he do? He's like, no, I didn't lie. I go, CJ, I saw you. I walked in. He was doing it. He goes, Dad, I didn't lie. I go, CJ, I actually caught you. Just tell me the truth and we can move on. And he looks at me 5 or 6 years and he goes, Daddy, do you think I would lie? Like, would I lie? And I look at him and I go, yeah. And he looks at me, how do you know that? And I go, because your mom lies all the time. That's what I said. I'm kidding. But the truth is, everybody has a level of hypocrisy in their life. Am I right? I hope you haven't lied yet today. But if you're like most people, before the end of the day, there might be a little tiny, but it's just a little one, so it's no big deal. Here's what's really interesting. Most of us, if not all of us, have heard the greatest story in American history about being truthful. George Washington and the cherry tree. How many know the story? How many know the truth about that story? Parson Weems wrote the autobiography on George Washington's life, and he revealed later that story was made up. Think about that. The greatest story about not lying in American history is a lie. I mean, think about that just for a second. It's like, what? I mean, that just burst some of your bubbles. George is still a great guy, okay? But I mean, oh my gosh, it's just sort of a fabricated story, and it's one of our pillar stories. You probably use it as a parent like I did, George Washington. First, he never lied. Yeah, he did. You know, I mean, it's just crazy to think about this. In fact, I was reading in a book by John Ortberg, one of my favorite authors, and he tells this story about he says, a man's being tailgated by a woman who's in a hurry. He comes to an intersection. When the light turns yellow, he hits the brakes. The woman behind him goes ballistic. She honks her horn at him. She yells at him in frustration, no uncertain terms. She rants and gestures. She gets out of the car. When she's in a mid-rant, someone taps her on a window. She looks up and sees a policeman. He invites her out of the car and takes her to the station where she is searched and fingerprinted and put in a cell. After a couple hours, she is released, and the arresting officer gives her personal effects, saying, I'm very sorry for the mistake, ma'am. I pulled up behind your car while you were blowing your horn, using bad gestures and bad language. I noticed the What Would Jesus Do bumper sticker and the Choose Life license plate holder and the Follow Me to Sunday School window sign, the Christian fish emblem on your trunk, and I naturally assumed you had stolen the car. But here's the deal. It's just a cute little joke. But here's the deal. Our neighbors and your family members, people that you work with, just think, people you do life with that know you well. Here's what they know. Most of them probably know you go to church on Sunday or Saturday or Wednesday. And guess what they expect? They're watching to see really one thing, integrity. Does what they say match what they do? They get up in their car, they look out their window, and they see you and your family get up and go to church with your little smiles on. And then you see you pull back in, yelling at each other, whatever. You come back in. And Monday through Saturday, including all day Sunday, they're watching your life to see if you have integrity. It's that big. And you know what? I think they expect a level of integrity better than other people because we claim to believe in a God whose talk matches his walk. And again, I'm not saying we can be perfect. We will never be perfect. But there should be a level of intensity that begins. And guess where it begins? You know where it begins? Integrity begins where no one's looking. Integrity begins in the dark. Integrity begins in secret. See, when we're out here in front of people, oh, everybody's got integrity. Everybody plays the game and plays the show. But what's happening when nobody's around? When you're in that hotel room all by yourself. When you're on that business trip all by yourself. When you go to a restaurant or a bar or a pub in another city and nobody knows who you are. What kind of things are happening then? When you've got your laptop open and there's all kinds of websites available to you and nobody will ever know, you think, that's where integrity begins. Because if you can't win there, you can't win integrity. It's all talk. Because here's the truth, and you know this, and I didn't say this, Jesus said this. What you do in the dark will what? One day be made known in the light. It may be the next day. Or like in Heibel's case, it may be 40 years later. But what you do and I do in the dark, we can say all we want about being a man or woman of integrity. It will be discovered whether that's true or there's a gap at some point. And so let me take you to the Word of God. It's really interesting. There's much in the Word of God about integrity. You know, you go back to the book of Proverbs, which is just wisdom from Solomon. He said this, the integrity of the upright guides them, but the unfaithful are destroyed by their duplicity. It's always interesting, isn't it, that word duplicity? What's that mean? Double life. Right? I mean, he's saying, man, the integrity of the upright guides them. Integrity literally leads us through life. Why? Because in every situation we're asking what? What's right? What's the right thing to do here? Not, how can I get ahead? How can I skim a little bit or cut a corner so that I can get that position I want? No. It isn't that. A man or woman of integrity says, it's not about getting ahead. It's about doing the right thing and honoring the commitments and vows I made. This may not even advance me at all in the company, but it's more important than that advancement, being the right person. Being the one that can be trusted. Being the person that people come to when things are falling apart in their life. They come to this person. Why? Because you always go to people of integrity when you need help. You don't go to people that are liars. You don't go to people that are cheaters. You don't go to people that twist things. And you go to people of integrity because what? They can be trusted. Where'd we start? Men and women, be the guy that people want to follow. How do you be the guy, gal that people want to follow? Be a person of integrity. Here's another verse in Proverbs that says, whoever walks in integrity walks securely, but whoever takes crooked paths will be found out. So here's the deal. And you know this. I'll just remind you, and I'm reminding myself as well. If you're taking some crooked paths right now, you will be what? Found out. You say, it's just a verse in the Bible. I'll tell you something I've learned about the Bible. All those verses are true. There's times I don't want them to be true. They all seem to find a way to be like, wow, that's real in life. You take crooked paths, eventually you'll be found out. Can you imagine the number of athletes who were shooting up to get better, thinking they'll never, ever be found out? And almost every one of them eventually were. And when that happens, we all go, oh, I thought you were someone I could trust. I've never put up a poster of a professional athlete in my bedroom. Ann doesn't like that, but I've never put one up in my life. You know why? Because so many of them just, when you peel back behind their lives, you're like, oh, they're just talented dudes. That's all they are. And yet we hold them up on these pedestals. I don't get it. I just don't get it. We put them up. It's like behind the scenes, they're big and they're fast and they make a lot of money, so we think, no, put up people on pedestals that are what? Men and women of integrity. Those are the kind of posters you want in your kids' rooms. Man, wouldn't it be awesome if your kid put a poster of you up, parents? That'll never happen. But anyway, if you think about that. Here's an interesting one. James 5. You got to love this. We studied this back a couple years ago. We did a series at our midweek on the book of James. Anybody remember? It's called Witness. Yeah. And I remember teaching on this at Troy one night. James 5. Look at this. James, by the way, some of you are like, man, I don't even know if I can believe the Bible. Think about this. Who wrote the book of James? Give you one guess. Yeah, there you go. That's a good one. If you don't know the Bible very well, just guess the name of the book. It's probably written by that guy. Anybody know who James was? Think about this. James is a brother of Jesus. All right? Now, James was a skeptic. Some of you guys are sitting there like, I don't know if I believe all the Bible. James didn't believe it. Can you imagine if your brother was walking around saying, I'm the Messiah? What would convince you, if you're the brother, for your brother to convince you that he really was the Messiah? Maybe raising from the dead, that might do it. And James became a believer in his brother as the Messiah after he saw him after the resurrection. And then he ends up leading the church in this area. And he writes a book all about application. I love this book. In the last chapter, he says, but above all, my brothers, do not swear either by heaven or by earth or by any other oath, but look at this. This is one to teach your kids. This is one, more importantly, to teach yourself. Let your yes be yes and your no be no, so that you may not fall under condemnation. Let your yes be yes and your no be no. How many people in your life do you know that applies to? That's integrity. When they say yes, you can count on it. When they say no, you can count on it. It isn't a waffle. He's like, man, don't make all these big oaths. Now, obviously, you're sitting there like, should we not sign contracts? No. That didn't apply to contracts. Even in the Old Testament, New Testament, there were oaths, there were vows made. That was important. But he says, in general in life, to be a person of integrity, let your yes be yes and your no be no. People shouldn't get an answer from you and go, yeah, well, whatever, we'll see. What do you mean we'll see? People that don't know, it's like, wait, he said yes. Yeah, well, he said yes 100 times, and that doesn't mean he's going to be there just because he says it. You want people, and Dave Wilson says yes, you can trust it. When he says no, you can trust it. That's what James is saying. Be a person of integrity. I've told this story, but I thought of it as I was putting these notes together. When Ann and I were invited to speak on the Family Life Weekend to Remember team. There's a team that speaks at these conferences. By the way, some of you were there at the Detroit Ren-Sen last November, where Ann and I spoke. We had over 1,000 people at the Weekend to Remember at the Ren-Sen, the first time they've been back in Detroit in 9 years. We've been speaking for them almost 30 years. And by the way, the Detroit Weekend to Remember is November 9th through 11th this year at the Ren-Sen. Same thing, awesome conference. Ann and I are not actually doing that conference. We're doing another one in Estes Park. the same weekend, but it'll be the same content, great speakers. So if you want to go, sign up. Just go to Weekend to Remember, sign up for the Detroit Conference. But here's the deal. When we were asked to be a part of that speaker team, we had to have an interview with the president of Family Life at the time, Dennis Rainey, who was just a hero to me. Because he started this incredible ministry. It was awesome. And so we're flying down to Little Rock, where the headquarters is. And I'm not kidding. On the flight down there, Dennison's never met us. We were recommended by somebody else, and he just wanted to do an interview with us. So we're flying down there. And how many have heard this story? Okay, most of you haven't heard this. Some of you have. All right. So you can get up here and tell it. You want to tell it? So much better. Yeah, better. Okay, I'll tell it. You remember this story? You guys? All right. So all I know is Anna and I were like pretending to role play the interview. What's he going to ask us? We really want to be on this team. It's an incredible ministry. The privilege to be able to stand on that stage and teach this material would be a dream of ours. We went to this conference as an engaged couple years before, and now we're having a chance to be a speaker. So we role played. He's going to maybe ask this. What are you going to say? So we get in his office after like a 2-hour tour, and he looks at us, and he goes, I have one question. And we both look at each other like, one question? What is it? You know, we better hope that we're ready for this. And he looks right in my eyes. I'm just picking on you, man. He looks right in my eyes like this, and he goes, are you clean? And he would not move. Ian's sitting right here. He's 3 feet away. He looks right at me. He says, are you clean? And I knew what he meant. Sexually, morally, integrity, all that was in one word, clean. Are you clean? And I go, yes, Dennis, I'm clean. Then he looks at Ann and he goes, he tell me the truth? She goes, yeah. And he goes, okay, you're in. I'm not kidding. Just like that. And I go, wait, what do you mean? He goes, I actually said, am I a good enough speaker? Because we had little cassette tapes that he listened to. Not kidding, cassette tapes. This was the 80s. And he goes, yeah, you're okay. And here's what I was thinking sitting in that chair. You already know what I was thinking. It's about skill. It's about talent. You got to be able to walk on a stage and deliver. He's like, no, it's about what? Integrity. And he actually said to me, he goes, you guys are good enough to do it. He goes, all I know as a leader of this ministry, I can't have people standing on that stage who aren't living what we're preaching. And every time I saw Dennis for the next 10 years, he would grab my hand, look me in the eye. Are you clean? And you think he's picking me out like I'm some pervert? No, he did that with everybody. Are you clean? Seriously. I wasn't the only guy I did this with. And I've done that often now with men. Because it's a question of integrity. It's all that really matters. If you have it, it's all that matters. If you don't have it, it's all that matters. And so here's all I'll say. How do we live a life of integrity? I've got 6 minutes. I'll do it in 6 minutes. I'll give you 3 A's. And these are in order and very important. Number 1, abide in Christ. Abide in Christ. Where do I get that? Jesus said, abide in me and I in you, as the branch cannot bear fruit of itself unless it abides in the vine, so neither can you unless you abide in me. I am the vine, you are the branches. He who abides in me and I in him, he bears much fruit, for apart from me you can do nothing. If I think I can live a life of integrity where my walk matches my talk on a very high consistent basis, it's impossible without God's power in you. How does that happen? When you abide in Christ, he says, you can do nothing apart from me. You cannot live a day of integrity without my power. But if you abide in me, remain in me, stay close to me. I get to go speak to the high school kids tonight at Edge. Guess what I'm talking about? Abiding, staying close to Jesus. And what happens? Fruit is born. What is one of the fruit? Integrity. That comes out of that. Some of you might remember in 2017, my word for the year was abide. In January, I always say to all of us at Orion, pick a word for the year. What do you want God to build into your life that year? And this year's prayer, but last year was abide. And so I get this book. A guy came up to me one night at Troy campus. He goes, hey, man, I just read this book, and you said your word for the year is abide. How about this? I look at it. It's Andrew Murray, 18th century missionary. The word is abide. The book is called Abide in Christ. I'm like, that's probably a pretty good book. Let me read you something he said. It was so good. He said, many earnest followers of Jesus failed to grasp the full meaning of these words. And what he does at the beginning of the book, he says, when Jesus first called his disciples, he said, follow me. And then toward the end of his ministry, he said, abide in me. He changed it from follow me to now abide in me. And he said, while trusting Jesus for help and seeking to obey him, most Christians have not realized the closeness of union, the intimacy of fellowship, or the wondrous oneness of life and interest he invites them to when he says, abide in me. Now listen to this, very important. He says, again, this is written in the 18th century. He says, it takes time to grow into Jesus the vine. Do not expect to abide in him unless you will give him that time. It is not enough to read God's word or ask him for blessing. No, abiding requires day by day time with Jesus the Father. We all know that we must take time for our meals every day. Each workman sets aside time for his dinner because it is important for his daily routine. In the same way, if we are to live through Jesus, we must feed on him. We must thoroughly take in and assimilate the heavenly food the Father has given us in this life. And he ends this way. Therefore, anyone who wants to learn to abide in Jesus must take time each day before reading, while reading, and after reading to put himself in contact with the living Jesus. You know, it's interesting. I get to say that tonight to the high school kids, but guess who needs it just as much as they do? Us adults. Am I right? It's so easy for us as parents to say, man, I hope my high school kids abide in Christ. Let me tell you something about being a parent. He's going to do what he sees. They're going to do what they see their parents doing. If parents are saying abide in Christ, they never see you ever taking any time to live that out. Trust me on this. Not going to say they're not going to do it, but the percentages are raised that they're just going to do what they see. So let me say to the parents in this room, are you abiding? I'm in this Hebrews 2018 text group with all the quarterbacks that I've mentored in the years that were Detroit Lions and now around the league. Every day, Monday through Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we take it off. Every day we have texts going back and forth because we're going through the book of Hebrews together. What are we doing? Abiding together and encouraging one another. Tomorrow morning, not kidding, at 5:15 a.m., I will get a text from Drew Stanton, who's now with the Cleveland Browns, because he gets up really early and he'll send us all the stuff, and it just starts the thing. And it goes on for several hours and then pops around. I thought, what a great accountability to have in your life. Abide. So let me challenge you. What are you doing tomorrow morning, 6 a.m.? 5 a.m. I know you're saying, I'm sleeping. Okay, sleep. Sometime tomorrow, take time to abide, because you will never live out life in integrity unless you get power from the one who gives it to you, the one who is the man of integrity, Jesus. Okay, I'm out of time. So here it is. Abide. Second one is apologize. And third one is be accountable. Apologize means this. When you blow it, when you aren't a man or woman of integrity, go to the people that you've let down and apologize. You hear me? That is one of the best things you can do to be a person of integrity. You're not always going to do it. You're not always going to fulfill those things. And when you blow it, don't pretend you didn't blow it. Go to them and say, I need to ask your forgiveness. I said I'd be here this time. I'm not. I said I'd do this. I'm not. Apologize. I had to apologize to the entire Adams football team one Saturday morning. I got a personal foul penalty on the sideline at a playoff game years ago, because there was a really bad call the ref made. He was terrible. It was unbelievable. And he was over by our sideline. I said, that's a bunch of crap. My head coach looked at me like, did the preacher just curse? I said, no, I said crap, but he didn't like that. 15-yard penalty, and if I get one more thing, I can't coach the next game. And so the next morning at film, I stood up in front of the entire team. The man of integrity who got the personal foul that we tell our kids, you never get a 15-yard penalty for doing something like that, and their coach got one. But to be a man of integrity, I had to stand up in front of them and say, here's what I did. It was wrong. Even though the call was worse, it was wrong. I didn't say that. I just took full responsibility and said, and I knew in that moment, number one, I had to do it for integrity, but I also want to be a model that says, young men, this is what men do and women do when they blow it. And trust me, you better have somebody holding you accountable. We've said it so many times here. You cannot do the Christian life by yourself. That's why we have, as you walk out there, every weekend, a chance for you to connect in a group. Why? Accountability is built. And you cannot live a life of abiding and apologizing and accountable without some people in your life. And if you're trying to do it without them, let me just say today's your day to say I'm stepping up. Thursday night, we have a men's group meeting here. Just studying what it means to be a man of God. Come Thursday night and join that group if you're a guy. There's all kinds of opportunities. I don't need to tell you. They're all over this place. Why do we do that? For you and I to not just say we're people of integrity, to actually be the guy, the gal that people want to follow, because we are taking steps to do the things we need to do to be the men and women we want to be. And that involves Jesus and abiding in him, and that involves other people surrounding you to hold you accountable. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take our offering, and as we do, I'm going to show you a video of a man you may have heard of. He's just a stellar man of God in this community, Lauren Siffring, former doctor, and he's mentored hundreds of men. And he's really late in years in his life, and we just sat down with him and asked him about him, and actually 3 guys that have been mentored by him talk about the integrity of his man. Now, let me say something. As we watch this, we're going to take the offering. Now, think about the offering for a second. The offering is a moment to do what? Talk, walk. And again, I don't want to twist anybody's arm and say, man, if you say you're a follower of Christ, you better give. But it's like, man, if we say he's the most important thing in our life, and there's never any action that follows that up, even with our wallet, it's just words. So it's exciting every week. I get a report of new first-time givers at Kensington. It's so exciting to see people who have never given before. I don't know their names. I don't know what they give. But I just get a report that says, hey, we got new givers because they decided, I'm going to do what I say. So give and let God speak to you.
Guard your lips. As you walk through your days, you have choices galore when you're with people who have needs. To give what you have to fill in their gaps, they will often remember your deeds. Sometimes it would be that the things that you give are not goods, but a promise you make. This 2-part gift will be measured for sure. Is your follow-through truth or fake? When you've given your word, it may cause you some hurt to deliver the goods like you spoke. It will measure you, man, so be careful you speak. Your word is your bond. That's no joke. The best gift you can give to a wife or son or daughter is a promise that's kept like it's spoken. A wall is produced that is hard to remove whenever a promise is broken. To be quick to hear and slow to speak will determine the words that come out. Once spoken, the fruit that they bear will be seen to produce life, love, and light, but not doubt. I was raised in a Christian home, my father being a pastor. And so from age 12, I taught Sunday school, and I felt that I knew how to teach any of the pamphlets that go along with Sunday school. But it wasn't until I was 36 that I came to know to have a relationship with Jesus. And so that was the first thing that I believe was truly authentic, when I realized that there was a relationship available for me.
When I was 21, I was getting ready to go to the Colorado Outward Bound School, and it required a physical exam, so I went to see Lauren Siffring, my doctor, and he said, well, where are you going? I'm going to Colorado. He said, well, that's where I'm from. And so we kind of hit it off, and we, had a conversation going. And about 5 or 6 years later, I get a letter from him at my place of work, and he's telling all of his patients that he's retiring, so to speak, from medicine and going full-time into ministry. Well, this was a shock. This was unheard of. Nobody does that. Nobody gives up a medical career to become a pastor, but he did. And I came to see him, and I said, would you consider mentoring me in medical procedures? Because where I'm going to be, there are no doctors, and there's no access to doctors. And he said, absolutely, just like that. And so I started meeting with him on Monday mornings, 37 years ago.
I think it was about 4 years ago, I started to hear men share a name. And I didn't understand why every once in a while it kept surfacing. And I thought, that's really odd that I would hear this person's name. I wonder who this person is. They were talking so highly of this individual. My prayer partner said to me 2 years ago, I think what I'm going to do is introduce you to a man that I know, and his name is Lauren Siffring. And I said, you have no idea what you just said. I told him this backstory, and we made arrangements, went to his house, and it was this moment of receiving that I don't think I've ever experienced in my life. And I looked at him and said, I think I'm supposed to be here. And he says, I know you are. And we've never not met every week since then. And it's just been an amazing opportunity.
We are often wondering about our own integrity. We're wondering if we really do express what is truly in our heart. I think without the power of the Holy Spirit to give us confidence that whatever we've done in the past that has caused us to be broken, or whatever we might do in the future to cause us to be imperfect, without the power of the Holy Spirit, I don't think we can live a life of integrity.
When I moved back from Arizona and when I first met Lauren and we started meeting together, he looked in my eyes and it was almost like he saw a timeline in the future, and he started to work on that timeline. And I only say that because he looked in my eyes and he says that you've got quite a bit of healing ahead of you, and your eyes aren't quite clear, and as the years passed, I remember the day he said, your eyes are so clear.
It's amazing.
So he saw that,
yeah,
and he worked towards that. How do you know that about a person?
We have been given life by so many, and that we have an opportunity to offer that to anybody that is willing to be with us eye to eye, heart to heart, living in the moment, whatever it is, whether it's a difficult thing or a celebratory thing or something that is tragic. We can be together. And so I believe that we're always influencing anybody that's near us. And knowing that we are an influencer should guard what we say and what we do and the way that we act.
I know that often when I'm with Lauren, he says all things with gratefulness. You know, he's taught me that. Even if it's a hardship, be grateful for it. It's going to create something in your life that makes you better and gives you something that you can give to others, which what's happening, their life is appreciating. It's ascending.
I remember about a month after his wife died, sitting in his office. Sometimes the phone would ring, sometimes he answers it. He chose to answer it this time, and it was the nurse who took care of Rhea in her last hours. And he just wanted to know, how you getting along? How's everything going? And then he said this, Lauren, if you ask me to get in my car and come, I will come right now. I was floored. Wow. What could have happened in 3 days that a complete stranger would say such words? And then I just remember the Father's love is so powerful, and that's what he has.
Yeah.
I even think after Rhea left us and to be with the Lord, I asked him, how are you doing, Lauren? How are you doing? He says, that I'm fine. It was my privilege to take care of Rhea. Yeah. I learned more in 18 months of watching, a man's love for his wife.
Yeah.
And that's integrity.
Yeah.
I've got the opportunity to spend some time with Lauren, and I'm telling you, by far, anybody who's connected with him, it's the same story every time. He's such a man of faith and such a man of God, and he really does truly carry integrity in the secret place with the Lord. And we're gonna transition for this moment. Sorry, can you shut the click off a sec? Sorry, dude. It's throwing me off. My bad. We're going to transition this moment. Actually, Aaron Jones, who's our worship arts director at our Clinton Township campus, he's produced this whole series, this Don't Be That Guy. And he wrote a song called Vertical Affection. And we wanted to honor him in this process of this series. And what this song is really talking about is the idea that, man, Lauren can be this way to other people, and he can really care for others with the integrity of who he is because of, similar to what Dave was saying, man, is because of his pursuit for the Lord in that personal space. He's constantly going after the Lord, and so that's what this song, Vertical Affection, is all about.
your throne, laying all my idols at your feet, longing for a close encounter, because your love has always been enough for me. And so I'll race in your direction with my vertical affection, because it's you I've always wanted. I'm running past each care and worry, leaving selfish dreams behind, because it's you. It always will be you. My soul to meditate on your goodness. My lips will pray, praise and wonder. It's who you are is always enough for me. And so I'll race in your direction with a vertical affection, because it's you always wanted. I'm running past each care and worry, leaving selfish dreams behind, because it's you. Always will be you. So here's my whole life, I surrender. All I am, God, yours forever. Take my life, I lay it at your feet. And on my knees I give my whole heart. I give up my need to control. Lord, all I am, I can stay at your feet. So I race in your direction with a vertical affection, because it's you I've always wanted. Running past each fear and worry, leaving selfish dreams behind, because it's you. It always will be you. It always will be you. It's you're all I want. Every voice sing this song. It's you're all I've ever needed. You're all I want. Help me know you are near, 'cause you're all I want. You're all I've ever needed. You're all I want. Help me know you are near.
Yep. You know, years ago, I'll never forget this. I was at a sort of a pastor's event, West Coast, near Albuquerque, I think it was, and met Craig Rochelle, who was just about to start Life Church. Actually, they'd been going maybe 5 or 6 years. It was early in their thing, and now he's sort of world famous. In fact, their church and their team is the one that invented the YouVersion app, the Bible app that you all have on your phones for free. and incredible stuff. But I'll never forget, he told this story to his church at that time about when he was in high school. He joined the tennis team. He wasn't a very good tennis player, but he made the last spot on this team. And they went on a tennis trip, and they were playing putt-putt just for fun. And the last putt-putt hole, you know, where the ball goes in the thing and it goes back, they all put their foot on the hole and kept the ball. And so he says, I was in our little hotel room throwing that ball against the wall when the head coach opened the door and said, hey, Groeschel, where'd you get that ball? He goes, at the putt-putt course. He goes, you stole that ball. That ball's supposed to go back. He goes, yeah. He goes, you're off the team. Craig says, what do you mean? He goes, you're off the team. Come out here. I want to talk to you. He goes, you have no integrity. Integrity is everything. I can't trust you. You're off the team. And Craig convinced the coach to let him take the ball back and try to become a man of integrity. This is when he's like 16 years old. So he took the ball back, and he said, it's really embarrassing to go back there and say, I stole this ball, and not say, so did the rest of my teammates, but I stole this ball. And he said a few years later after college, he was coaching tennis to make money. And he said there's these little kids, and he's coaching these, and they're really bad. And he says at the end of every day, he had this brand new, really good racket that was really expensive. He said, because any of you kids can beat me to 10 points, I'll give you this racket. And he goes, I just kill them every day. Nobody could ever beat me. And he said this one day, this guy got to 9. And he goes, okay, I'm going to finish him off. And I hit this shot, and the guy hits it, and it hits the tape and drops over. And he beat him. And he goes, I beat you, I beat you, I beat you. I get the racket. And Craig's like, I'm going to give him a wood racket from my bag. But I told him I'd give him this racket, so he gave him the racket. And I thought that was the end of the story. And like 10 years later, this guy comes up to Craig after a sermon, weeping. And he says, I just gave my life to Jesus today at your church. And I want to start walking with him. And Craig said, that's great. And he goes, you don't know who I am, do you? Craig goes, you look familiar. He goes, I was one of the kids you taught tennis to. Craig literally looked at him and said, you have my racket! And he says, no, I don't have your racket, but I was there today. You gave that racket to one of our kids. And I sat here today, the first time at your church, and I thought, if he was a man of his word then, I bet he's a man of his word now. And I trusted your word, and you led me to Christ today. It's all about integrity. It's the only thing that really matters. If you have it, it's all that matters. If you don't, it's all that matters. How do you get it? Abide. Fall on your face today and say, Jesus, give me the power to be the man or woman I say I am. Help that match up. And let me tell you, people will start following you because you're the guy, the gal. Not that guy, the guy, the gal. That's worth following. Now here's what you do. You come back. Next Sunday, we start a new series called 5 Surprising Things God Loves. It's a series about what is the heart of God really like. You'd be surprised. You find out about what God is like by the things he loves. One of the things he loves is joy and laughter. And we're going to have a lot of fun next week. And we're going to laugh a little bit because God loves laughter. And by the way, if you want to, Saturday night we'll be here as well. Ann and I are doing a date night for married couples. And if you haven't signed up, I'm telling you right now, go to the app and sign up. I think there's 7 spots left. It's sold out in one weekend last weekend. But we're just going to talk about marriage and how to do relationships well Saturday night here, either at 6. You can come at 6 and then go on your date, or you can go on your date and then join us at 8. There's 2 options, but go to the app and sign up right now. And if you need to pray with somebody, come on up. Our prayer team would love to pray with you. See you Saturday or see you Sunday. God bless. See you.
this quite yet. We're going to open the doors in a few minutes, too. Worthy of every song we could ever sing. Worthy of all the praise we could ever bring. Worthy of every breath we could ever breathe. We live for you. Tommy, we'll do this first verse down. Yeah. Jesus, the name above every other name. Jesus, the only one who could ever save. Worthy of every breath we could ever breathe. We live for you. We live for you. That's 4 there. And here we go, chorus. Holy, there is no one like you. There is none besides you. Open up my eyes in wonder. Show me who you are and fill me with your on fire. Lead me in 6 loves of those around me. 4, stay on the floor for a bar.
Zach, I want to see if you just take some more liberties in this one. That feel was perfect. I want to use like that. All right, so let's hit this just beginning. So we'll just wait for John because he's actually doing the Here we go.
Worthy of every song we could ever sing. Worthy of all the praise we could ever bring. Worthy of every breath we could ever breathe. We live for you. Live for you.
So man, come in a little bit here.
Jesus, the name above every other name. Jesus, the only one who could ever save. Worthy of every breath we could ever breathe. We live for you. We live for you.
All right, big swell, Zach. Keep it down a little bit.
Holy, there is no one like you. There is none besides you.
5.
Open up my eyes in wonder. Show me who you are and fill me with your heart and lead me in your love to those around me.
4, 2 bars.
Excuse me. You could have at least left me a spot.
Sorry, hon. Don't want to get any scratches on her. And by the way, nice van.
What a...
Don't be that guy.
Bananas are my favorite fruit. Hashtag strawberry banana smoothie.
Actually, the banana is not classified as a fruit.
What?
It is an herb. This is because bananas do not grow on trees, but on plants because it never forms a woody stem like a tree does. Rather, it forms a succulent stalk. There's a small shoot from the underground rhizome called quorum. Also, the banana is not related to palms as most people think. So enjoy your herb smoothie.
What the heck?
Don't be that guy.
How you guys doing this morning? Welcome to Kensington. Hey, we're gonna do one of our favorite songs. We'd love for you to sing with us. Come on. I was buried beneath my shame. Who could carry the kind of weight? It was my tomb till I met you. Come on, put your hands together. I was breathing, but not alive. All my failures I tried to hide. It was my tomb till I met you. If you know it, scream it out. So when you call my name, and I ran out of that grave. can never see.
That was awesome. You guys awake now? Yeah? Well, some of you. You guys are. Okay. My name is Michael Bouchard. Nice to meet you. I'm the Student Ministries Director here at Kensington, and we just want to say good morning. We're so glad you're here. If you are new, we wanted to let you know before you leave today, we've got a table out there called The Hub. You'll see giant signs, big cool TVs, and then cooler people that are hanging underneath it. So before you go, we want you to stop by there, find out about who we are, let us find out who you are, and answer some of your questions. And by the way, if you've been here for a while and you do have questions or you'd like to jump in, that's the place to go. That is our hub. That is our catch-all. That is where you can get your awesome questions answered. So speaking of awesome things, I got this shirt on because this weekend, where's my middle schoolers and high schoolers at? Where you at? Yeah, some of you are waking up. All right, good. We have our wild retreat up at Spring Hill. So we go to Spring Hill camps. It is in Everett, Michigan. We go quite a few times a year. If you've never been there before, it's one of the coolest places in the world. And I say it all the time. If there's ever a zombie apocalypse, that's where I'm going. Absolutely. And if you go there, you'll know why. So if you've ever been to Smash or Rock Your Family or Man Up or Club 45 retreat, well, then you'll know that the best place for your middle schooler and high schooler this weekend is going to be going to Spring Hill camps. So we want to let you know that the deadline for sign-up, so registration closes on Tuesday. We still have quite a few open spots, and we want to make sure that you sign your kid up because it is going to be one of the greatest steps that your kid could ever take. Every student that goes to the Wild Retreat, every single year, always comes back with a brand new story and really a change in their life. It's just what happens. And I know sometimes as middle schoolers and high schoolers, you get a little nervous because you maybe don't know anybody or you don't have any friends around the trip. And what I have seen personally in the last 5 years is that every student that goes on this trip comes back with life change and comes back with a whole new group of friends. That's just what happens. So if you're nervous or your kid's nervous, it's okay. Tell them they're not going to be the only one that's nervous. And also if they're super nervous, they can always sign up a friend and their friends can go with them. We've had that happen a lot too. So make sure you carve out time this weekend. I know it's difficult to do it, but it will be the greatest choice that you make for your kid, for your teenager this school year. So I'd like to bring up some friends of mine. Let's give a warm welcome to our interns. Here at Kensington, we believe in the next generation, not just the next generation age-wise, but the next generation of leaders. And that is why we have our internship program, and we have 5 here that are at our campus. And so I'd like to let them introduce themselves. This is a group of people that we are investing in, but really they are also investing in us, in you, in your students, all over the place. So take it away, Nate.
Hi, I'm Nathan. I'm a worship arts intern.
I'm Carly, and I'm a production intern.
I'm Marissa, and I'm an 1829 intern.
Hi, I'm Jacob Farnsworth, and I'm also an 1829 intern.
Awesome. And we have one more who's not here. Her name's Carrie Johnson. She's working with our Move Out program. She's actually down in Detroit with the Hope Water Project, the marathon, the Detroit Marathon. So make sure you meet all of these people. And take them out for coffee, take them out for dinner. They're interns. They don't get paid well. They'll really appreciate it. So we'd like you to stand up, turn to the person next to you, and tell them what your favorite Michael Jackson song is.
I'm gonna make a change for once in my life. It's gonna feel real good. Gonna make a difference. Gonna make it right. As I turn up the collar on my favorite winter coat, this wind is blowing my mind. I see the kids in the street, but not enough to eat. Who am I to be blind, pretending not to see their need? A summer's disregard, a broken bottle top, and a one-man soul. They follow each other on the wind, you know, 'cause they got nowhere to go. That's why I want you to know I'm starting with the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways, and no message could have been any clearer. If you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself, then make a change. Na 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 na. Been a victim of a selfish kind of love. It's time that I realize that there is all with no home, not a nickel's alone. Could it be really me pretending that they're not alone? A widow deeply scarred, somebody's broken heart, and a washed out dream. She followed the pattern of the way they seem, 'cause they got no place to be. That's why I started with me. I'm starting with the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways. No message could have been any clearer. If you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and make a change. I'm starting with the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways. No message could have been any clearer. If you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and make that change. I'm starting with the man in the mirror. Oh yes, I'm asking him to change his ways. You better change. No message could have been any clearer. If you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and make the change. Gotta get it right while you got the time. When you close your heart, then you close your mind. The man in the mirror. Oh yes, I'm asking him to change his ways. No message could have been any clearer. If you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and then make the change. I'm with the man in the mirror. Na 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 na.
That's all I got. That's all I got. Man, I wish I could moonwalk like he did in 1983 at the awards, but I got the glove, man. For $10,000 donation to Kensington, you can have this glove. That's what it's up to right now. It may go higher. I'm kidding. Reagan back in our production booth said, I got to get you the glove so you can go out and wear this thing. So, hey, you know what? I'm going to preach with this thing on. What do you think? Give me some... No? Wow. Wow, that was strong. Okay, I won't preach with this thing. The amazing thing about that song, some of you know, a year ago, I turned a certain age that's sort of special, 40, and had a special birthday where my wife sort of surprised me with a trip to Vegas to go see the Michael Jackson Cirque du Soleil show. How many seen it? It's really, nobody? It's pretty good. It's a pretty good show. And so I got a picture with Michael. I met him there. He's still alive. That's where he lives, Vegas. He's in Vegas. So here's a picture Michael and I doing our thing together. He learned a lot of that from me. Go ahead, pop that up. It sort of went up, but it went away. It's up there somewhere. Come on, come on. There it is. There it is. That's it. That's it. And you can tell how much my wife is so embarrassed right now. Anne's like, what the heck are you doing? It's almost obscene. So anyway, but the truth is, that song, Man in the Mirror, which a lot of you are singing every word to it, is exactly what we're talking about today. We're in the third week and the final week of a series called Don't Be That Guy. And that also means don't be that gal, right? It's like you don't want to be that idiot that just bugs you. We've done videos every week, just cute little things about it. It's like don't be that guy. And basically it's about hypocrisy. As we've been talking about the last 2 weeks. And today we're going to talk about integrity. How to not be that guy. But the interesting thing is it's really easy, at least for me, and I bet it is for you too, to know when other people are that guy and not realize when you're that guy or that gal. Do you know what I'm saying? It's real easy to see other people. There was a meeting we had with our entire staff over at the Clinton Township building last spring, and I was getting there a little late, so I was whipping down M59, past Lakeside Mall and going around, left lane, people going slow. I'm like under a bumper, get out of my way because I'm important and I got somewhere to go, right? And they're all idiots and they're not driving, so I'm cutting around, and finally I get right in front of the building. I'm like, oh my gosh, there it is, and I whip in and I get there in time. And I'm feeling pretty good about myself because I made it. And I walk in the lobby, and again, there's a couple hundred staff showing up. And I hear a staff right beside me, didn't know I was beside them. Here's what they said, literally almost word for word. They go, man, we almost got in a wreck right in front of the building because some bald dude in a black car cut us off so fast, we literally almost hit him. And I'm like, they didn't know it was me, but I knew it was me. I was that guy. Now, I thought, wow, I would have never thought that I was doing that to people. I'd always yelled at people doing that to me, but have you ever been that guy? Yeah, you have, and you don't even know it. It's going to happen right after this service. I see you guys. You get in that parking lot, you're all Jesus-filled, and then you get in the parking lot. It's like, who are these sinners in front of me? Who are these traffic people telling me where to park? I get it. We're all that guy sometimes. But here's what we're going to do today. We're going to talk about being, and here's what I want to do. I want to flip the phrase. For the whole series, we've been saying, don't be that guy, don't be that gal. Here's what I want to end with. Be the guy, be the gal who others want to follow. Now, here's what I mean, and hopefully by the end, I'll be able to accomplish what I'm trying to set out to do. I hope to inspire you and me to flip this whole thing as, I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be a hypocrite. I don't want to be the kind of person nobody wants to be around or wants to follow. I want to be the guy, the gal, the boy, the girl, that people look at our lives, and believe me, people are investigating your life. Everyone is. I want to be the person that when they look at my life, they're like, that's the kind of man I want to be. That's the kind of woman I want to be. That's the kind of husband, dad, wife, mom, high school student. I want to be like the guy. And I don't mean the guy or the gal, I mean like arrogant. No. It's like they're living in such a unique way. I don't see this very often because we usually see hypocrisy. So we've been talking about the last 2 weeks. That's normal. You know what's not normal? And it should be normal, but it isn't? Integrity. Do you even know what integrity means? Anybody? It's really interesting. If you look up the word integrity, and I've taught this many times here, so some of you remember this, it actually comes from the root word, which is a math word, integer. Now, I'm hoping some of you passed high school math, which means you know what an integer is. Anybody going to tell me what an integer is? It's a certain kind of number. What kind of number? Hey, look at that. Some of you passed. Some of you are like, that's why I got an F. Anyway, it's a whole number. Now, it's like, okay, what's that mean? Think about this. Integer means whole. Integrity means whole person. Here's a better way to think of it. There are integer numbers, whole numbers, and there are fractions. Fractions are divided. There's a slash, and there's numbers on top of each other. Most people live like fractions. God calls us, I want to call you and me to live like an integer. What's that mean? Live with integrity. Here's a better way to explain it. 33 years ago, I started my job. The reason I came to Detroit was to be the Detroit Lions chaplain. Some of you know that. For 33 seasons, I was the Detroit Lions chaplain. One playoff win, 33 seasons. Blame me. I'm the guy that prays, and we won one playoff game in 33 years. I'm no longer a Detroit Lions chaplain. It's my first season not being their chaplain, and I am having the time of my life this fall. It's been really awesome. I'd be in Miami right now if I was still their chaplain. So it's been an amazing run. I got to say this, though. If they win the Super Bowl and they give a ring to somebody else, I'm going to be mad. Anyway, So I forgot what I was talking about. Oh, yeah. So integrity. There was a guy that my first year with the Lions in 1985, 10 bonus points if you can tell us who the head coach of the Lions was in 1985. Anybody? No, not Wayne Fontes. It was the guy before Wayne Fontes. Darryl Rogers. Man, that's a fan over there. Darryl Rogers. But on Darryl's staff, we had a special teams coach named Frank Gans. Actually, a phenomenal coach. His son now coaches in the league. Frank has passed. But Frank used to stand in front of our team, and I would watch him do this. He would say, what a man says, what a man does. Better match up. What a man says, what a man does. And he said, that's integrity. And he was teaching it in a football sense. He would say, you say you got the A gap, you got to have the A gap. You can't say I got the A gap and you got the B gap. Your teammates expect you to have the A gap. He's got the B gap. That's integrity. I mean, I watched him do that all the time. And I'm sitting there back there going, this is more than football. This is life. It's the best visual I've never forgotten about integrity. What a man says, what a woman says, what they do. That's integrity. I define integrity this way. It comes from that. Very simple. Integrity equals no gaps. It's that simple. Integrity means no gaps. No gaps between what? What you say, what you do, what you believe, how you behave. Now, again, I'm not saying we're perfect, but I'm saying the world is looking for men and women of integrity. You make a vow, you keep it. You say, I'll be there at 8 a.m., you're there at 7:58. You're not there at 8:10. The meeting didn't start at 8:10, it started at 8. That's integrity. If I say it, I do it. Now, I know there's times traffic gets in front of you, you got wackos and cut you off in front and that kind of thing. And so it doesn't happen every time. But man, can people trust your word? I grew up in a day, some of you are old enough to remember this. I literally grew up in a day where you didn't need a contract, you needed a handshake. I'm not kidding, am I right? Some of you older people got no hair, gray hair, right? It's like you would shake a hand and it was a contract. Your word is your bond. You made a handshake. I can trust it's going to be done. Now we have legal documents to the wazoo to get every nuance because nobody can be trusted. Integrity, no gaps. In fact, I just wrote it this way, because integer's a math word, I thought, I'll give you a math equation to help you remember this. You know me, I'm always trying to give you things so you remember this. Here's the math equation for integrity. T plus W equals I. Huh? Pretty good? No? Not so much. T plus W equals I. You know what it means? Come on, you know what it means. Talk plus walk equals integrity. That's all you got to remember. If you want to be a man or woman integrity, it's like, is what I'm doing matching what I'm saying? You stand in front of a group and say, I'm making a promise to you. Keep it. Yeah, but keep it. Yeah, but keep it. That's integrity. I said, I'll make this commitment for 2 years to lead this. Do it. We live in I was reading a thing yesterday about just the way college football is now. I get to a team and I thought I was going to be a starter and they give me a full ride, but now I'm third string. I'm out. Transfer. I was reading somebody's tweet. They're like, then you get to that team and they don't like it. Transfer. It's like, suck it up and win the job. You made a commitment. Well, they didn't make, that's just the world we live in. Let me tell you something. If you and I become the guy, the gal with integrity, tell me I'm wrong. People will follow us. People long to follow people who they can trust. And here's what I say. You want to write this down? Write it down. I have it way at the end of my notes. I'm switching it around. Here's what it is. If you have integrity, it's all that matters. And if you don't have integrity, it's all that matters. I think it's the most important character trait, bar none. Now, we could argue and say there's other ones. I think if you can trust a man or woman, a boy or girl's word, everything else falls after that. But here's the thing. We live in such a skeptical day, don't we? We hear somebody say something about their integrity, and we just roll our eyes like, yeah, we'll see. Right? Political leaders, church leaders, business leaders. I could go through any category you want. You and I could sit here all day and name names of people we thought were people of integrity, but then we found. If you have integrity, it's all that matters. I didn't put it in my notes. I didn't even think it until the first service when I was standing here in this moment, and I thought, wow. I'm standing on the stage, helping lead Kensington for the last almost 30 years. In many ways on a human level because of one man who came and spoke at my seminary in 1982 for 1 week. He wasn't a prof there. He was a pastor of a church in Chicago that they brought in to say, teach these young men and women how to start and lead a church, because he had just started one in Barrington, Illinois, to reach unchurched men. And the first day, Bill Hybels stood up in my class and spoke the vision that God had given him to start a place called Willow Creek. I literally came home from class, walked in our little apartment, and said to Ann, I know what I'm on this planet to do. I didn't know yet. I knew I was called to ministry. I didn't know exactly what it would look like. And that day, I felt God said to Dave Wilson, I made you to do this. You are made to be part of a church that reaches people far from God. And Bill had done it in Willow. It was just the beginning of Willow in the mid-'80s. So I come home, and I say, I know what we're going to do. I'm in Detroit. I'm standing here in many ways on just the earthly side because of Bill Hybels. And some of you know, church world, Bill Hybels just had a horrendous fall at the end of his ministry. They found out there's things going on in the dark. And by the way, that's where integrity is built, when no one's looking. With women that he first denied, and everybody said it wasn't true, and his elders stood up for him, and then they found out it was true. And I don't know all the details. We'll never know all the details of anybody. No matter what you read on social media, you'll never really know. But we know enough to know that he lost his position. All the elders at Willow resigned. The 2 new people that were hired to lead the future Willow also resigned. And so a man who had an incredible legacy, God used him in Willow Creek in such a way in the history of church, it's unbelievable. His legacy smashed. And I'm not saying God couldn't still work and forgive and do things, and as I read the details of what went on, I realized when he was literally standing in front of my classroom, those things were going on in his life. So you're like, oh my gosh, what a man says. And what a man did was a big gap. There's people that will not come to this church or any church. Why? Because of Christian leaders with no integrity. And trust me, it isn't just in the church. There are hypocrites everywhere. There are. I mean, I read the surveys and I read it. You know, one of the biggest reasons people don't go to church anymore is there's so many hypocrites there. And I just want to go, dude, you know and I know there's hypocrites everywhere. Do people keep their word? Not anywhere. It's very rare to find people. It's almost everywhere. You know, in fact, it's really interesting when you study this whole thing. You know, you see the lack of integrity everywhere. I'm not kidding. Years ago, I read this and I went around the internet just this week to say, did this really happen? This is actually true. I found out this, at least I think it's true. You never know, but it's on the internet, so it has to be. So there was a letter sent to the IRS back in the 60s that said, this check for $1,150 is because I cheated on my taxes last year and I have not been able to sleep ever since. Signed, Tom. And then it says, P.S., if I still can't sleep, I'll send you the rest of the money. It's pretty funny. It's like, it looks like integrity, but, you know, it really isn't. You know, and it's so interesting that we all sort of have this duplicity in us. I remember my oldest son, CJ, he's 32 now, married, living down in Detroit, 7 Mile Woodward. And that means I'm down there helping on their house all the time because they bought a 1920s house. Anyway, when CJ was 5 or 6 years old, I caught him in a lie. And I don't even remember what it was. I just remember I literally walked in and caught him. Like he had something in his hand it wasn't supposed to be. And I said, CJ, I didn't do that. CJ, no, I didn't do that. I go, CJ, you're lying to me right now. Just tell me the truth and we can move on. I'm not lying, Dad. I go, yes, you are. I'm not lying. And then he looks at me and he says this, Daddy, you think I would lie to you? Now, what do you say at that moment, parents? I said, yeah, I do. Because I know the heart of man. I know your heart. And then he said, why? Why do you think I would lie? And I go, because your mom lies all the time. I'm kidding. Anyway, I mean, it's just like, oh my gosh, when your kid says that to you, just roll your eyes and go, yeah, you lie because I lie. Sometimes. It's scary to think, we're talking about integrity, and yet there's this hypocrisy. Hypocrisy we've been looking at the last 2 weeks is our life doesn't match up to what we say. We wear a mask. We pretend to be somebody we're not. And yet today is about how do we get to integrity. It's interesting. I didn't know this till about 10 years ago. I was reading a book, and I'm like, this cannot be true. Do you know that the greatest American story about not lying in history, most of us have heard, about George Washington not cutting down the... Yeah, so you know it. Do you know this? It was made up. Parson Weems, who wrote the biography on George Washington, said that never happened. It's a fabricated story. So think about this. The greatest story about not lying in American history is a lie. I mean, doesn't it make you go, oh my gosh, are you kidding me? It's interesting. I was reading John Ortberg's book, and he tells this story about a woman who was like tailgating this guy right behind him, and she shouldn't have been so close, but the light turned red, and he stopped, and so she almost hit him, and she was really upset that he didn't go through that light because it wasn't yellow yet, and he could have made it. So she starts honking her horn, making gestures, yelling at this guy, and the next thing you know, there's a tap on her windshield, or on her window, and she turns, it's a policeman. He says, get out of the car, ma'am. She's like, what for? He goes, get out of the car. He takes her to the station, puts her in a cell for 2 hours, and pulls her out. He literally says to her, sorry we brought you in here. We had a mistaken identity. But I'll read you what he said. He said, but I pulled up behind your car, this is a policeman saying this, while you were blowing your horn, using bad gestures and bad language. I noticed the what would Jesus do bumper sticker, the choose life license plate holder, the follow me to Sunday school window sign, the Christian fish emblem on your trunk, and I naturally assumed you had stolen the car. That's pretty funny. That's probably a joke, but that's pretty funny. But let me read you something that isn't funny. And I want to read it because Ortberg makes this comment in this chapter about this, and this is what is at stake, I really think. Here's what he said. He said, the world gets pretty tired of people who have Christian bumper stickers on their cars, Christian fish signs on their trunks, Christian books on their shelves, Christian stations on their radios, Christian jewelry around their necks, Christian videos for their kids, and Christian magazines for their coffee tables, but don't actually have the life of Jesus in their bones or the love of Jesus in their hearts. I agree. What we say should match, or actually what we do should match what we say. You know why I say that? Because here's what I think. Just my opinion. I think you might agree. If you claim to be a follower of Christ, or forget that. If you show up at church somewhat regularly, which in this culture is 1.7 times a month, that's a regular now. Interesting. Some of that's because people, where's the camera, right now are watching on live stream. Glad you guys are watching. That counts, sort of. Okay, anyway. No, a lot of people can't get here, and so they really are engaging, which is awesome. But here's the thing. Your neighbors, the people you work in business who know you go to church somewhat regularly, trust me on this. If you get in your car on Sunday morning and drive here, your neighbors, they notice. Yeah, there they go. They're going to that church thing again. They do it every Sunday or once a month. Anyway, they do it. Now, here's what's happening. You hear me on this? This is honest God truth. They're watching your life. They're watching because they want to know if it makes any difference. I always told the Lions players in chapel, I said, when you walk in this door to chapel, every guy in the locker room knows you came in here and they're watching. Is it going to make any difference in his life? And what are they looking for? Integrity. Doesn't really matter what else. Integrity. Is he a man? Is he a woman I can trust? Does their word mean anything? Or are they just like everybody else? They say it, they don't do it. They go to church, they don't even give a dime. It's like, how does that make sense? And it isn't just money. It's like, it should be something that matches up. So it's interesting. You go to the Word of God, and what do you find about integrity? By the way, a lot. Because integrity is about what? Character. And being a follower of Christ is all about character. And again, integrity is just one sort of fruit of character. But let me read you from the book of Proverbs, which is a book of wisdom. It says this, the integrity of the upright guides them, but the unfaithful are destroyed by their duplicity. Look at that word duplicity. What a word, right? It's like they say one thing and they live a double life. That's what it means, a double life. It's like duplicity. It says, now notice, the integrity of the upright guides them. What's that mean? Think about it. When you read the Bible, you should really pick it apart like this. Like, what do you mean guides them? Here's what it means. In every situation, a person with integrity is asking what question? Is this right? Is this wise? They're not asking, how do I get ahead? How can I trim a little corner here and get the home run record by shooting up a little bit? Isn't that so bad we found out that? Guys we thought were, they enhanced their bodies so they could do something. It's like pro athletes and teachers and pastors, all these people, oh my gosh, it wasn't real. It's like, that's duplicity. The upright who have integrity in a business meeting are not asking, how do I get ahead? They're asking, what do I do that's right? How do I fill out this form correctly? Not to make me look better, but to be accurate. That's integrity. And people that do that consistently are trusted. They get promoted and people start following them, because when you're the guy or gal who lives with integrity, people follow that. Think about this. When you're in a leadership position, and by the way, every one of us is in some way, whether you have a title or not, parents, business, everybody has leadership. There's two aspects of leadership. Think about this. There's the title. I would call that the position, sort of a badge you wear. They will follow you because you have authority over them. So they sort of have to, you're their boss, okay? But there's another one I think is more important that we don't ever talk about that's just as important. You got the position of authority, but here's the one that matters, moral integrity. What's that mean? It's not something you ever see. It's something you got to watch. Now, if somebody is a person that you trust because they have integrity, are people going to follow them? Oh, yeah. You don't want to be a leader who people follow because they have to. You want to be a leader who people follow because they want to. What's that mean? Man, he lives in such a way. She lives in such a way. I want my life to be like that. Oh, my gosh. Do you know anybody in your life like that? I guarantee you, if you do, they have integrity. It's moral authority. It's bigger and better than positional authority. And that's what that verse actually says. The next one is this. In Proverbs 10, it says, whoever walks in integrity walks securely. It's not, shifting sand. They walk securely. Look at this. But whoever takes crooked paths will be found out. What's that mean? Well, Jesus said this later in the New Testament. He said, whatever is done in the dark will be in the light. Now, you're thinking, nobody's going to know about this. Nobody's ever going to know. They will. They literally will one day. You think you're going to be the one that's going to get away with it? No. It may be tomorrow. It may be 40 years later. It's coming into the light. So, where is integrity built? In the dark. I wrote it down this way. Integrity is built. I don't know where I wrote it. Yeah, there it is. Integrity begins when no one is watching. That's where integrity is built. When you're in a hotel room all by yourself. When you've got your computer open and you can go to any website you want and nobody's ever going to know. By the way, yes, they will. Eventually. But you think they're not going to. Is there integrity there? When you go to a restaurant in another city and nobody knows you. What's going on? Are you living out what you say? Or is there duplicity, crooked paths? It will one day come into the light. And so what's really interesting is, how do you live this out? Let me just show you one, I think, powerful verse. The book of James, tucked away toward the back of your New Testament. One of the reasons I love the book of James is because of who wrote it. Guess who wrote James? Yeah, James. If you ever want to know, you can be a Bible scholar. Somebody say, who wrote that book? Just say the name of the book. Samuel. Yeah, you're right, okay? Well, here's the thing about James. Think about who he was. He's half-brother of Jesus. Same mother, different father. James' father was Joseph. Jesus' father was God. It's an amazing relationship. So think about this. For James' entire life growing up, his brother Jesus said he was what? The Messiah. Now, if you're the brother of your brother saying he's Messiah, you're like, yeah, whatever, dude. You're my brother. I mean, you're pretty amazing. I've never seen you do anything wrong, but you're not the Messiah, right? So he's a skeptic. That's why I like James. I'm a skeptic. I don't take things just for face value. It's like, oh my gosh. So what would convince you, if you were the brother of Jesus, that he was really the Son of God? Probably raising from the dead might do the trick, right? We tend to listen to people that raise from the dead, and I trust what they have to say. And so James, after his brother is raised from the dead, has an appearance from Jesus to James, becomes a believer, leads the early church, writes the book of James. And notice what he says here. I trust this. He says, but above all, my brothers, do not swear either by heaven or by earth or by any other oath, but let your yes be yes and your no be no, so that you may not fall under condemnation. Let me tell you, parents, you want to teach your kids something? There it is. Let your word be your word. Your yes is yes, your no is no. And by the way, parents, I'm talking to you. You just thought you got off. Like, oh, good, I can teach this to my kids. No, it's for you. Because here's the thing. They're going to follow what you do more than what you say. You ever heard that statement? Your life speaks so loud I can't hear what you're saying. It's all about integrity as a parent too, isn't it? It's like, my gosh, we can tell them yes, but yeah, but you don't do that, Dad. Think about it. It's so critically important. And what James is getting at is, he's not saying you don't make an oath, you don't sign contracts and those kind of things, because they did that and they made vows and wedding ceremonies. But he's saying, man, he says, get past all that and just let your yes be yes, your no be no, which means just be a person whose walk matches their talk. Be a person of integrity, because if you have integrity, it's all that matters. If you don't have integrity, it's all that matters. Some of you remember, almost 30 years ago, Family Life Ministries, Weekend to Remember, which is a marriage conference that they do on weekends. They have radio and they do all this different stuff out of Little Rock, Arkansas. Ann and I went to their marriage conference 2 weeks before we got married, and literally made a huge difference in our life. And then like 7 years later, Family Life called us and asked us if we would consider joining their speaker team and speaking at their Weekend to Remembers, which, let me tell you, it was like, oh my gosh, this would be one of the greatest privileges ever, because the conference is awesome and they have this international platform. It's just an amazing thing, right? And by the way, some of you know, you've been to the marriage conference we did. We did a Weekend to Remember with Family Life at the Detroit Ren Center last November. Anybody there? Almost 1,000 people just from Kensington, or no, about 400 from Kensington came. We had 1,000 people there. And they're there again this year, November 9th through 11th. Married couples, you hear me? Pre-married couples, engaged couples, you should go. It's going to be unbelievable. Ann and I aren't speaking at this one. We're actually speaking in Estes Park, the same conference, the same weekend. But the speakers will be fabulous and be a great weekend. And so I'm telling you to sign up. Anyway, here's what happened. So they call us and they say, would you consider being a speaker for the team? But we need to interview you. You need to go through this process. And so we're flying down to Little Rock. Some of you heard this story. And we've never met the founder and president, Dennis Rainey, but he's sort of like like a guy I'd want to be. He's just an amazing guy. Heard him speak, blah, blah, blah. And we're going to have one interview with him. And he's going to decide if we're good enough to make the team. And it's like playing in the NFL. We're like, oh my gosh. So we're flying down there. We're going through role play of what the questions will be. Like, what if he asks this? What are you going to say? I'm going to say this. Okay. No, don't say that. Say this. And so we're doing this whole thing. The whole flight down there, 2.5 hour flight down there. And so we do this little tour of the facility, and finally they usher us into the president's office. Big desk. We sit down. Dennis walks in. Hey, good to meet you guys. I've never met you, but I heard a lot of good things about you. So I just got to tell you, I got one question. And we're looking at each other, like, hitting each other, like, one? What one? One. It's like pass fail. One question, So we're just like, oh. But we're like, yeah, okay. What's one question, Dennis? And some of you remember this. I'll look right at Bill. He looks me in the eye. I was about that far away. And he goes like this. Are you clean? Yeah, it was that uncomfortable, Bill. You're like, stop looking at me. That's what I was feeling. He didn't look. Ann was sitting right there. Hey, that's funny. That's your name. But he just stared at me like this, and it was complete silence. He goes, are you clean? And I knew, even though I had never really talked to Dennis, I'll stop now, but I knew what clean meant. One word I knew was moral purity, sexual purity, not just with women, but with magazines back then, or porn, or any of that stuff. It was financial integrity. It was all that in one word. Are you clean? And I go, yes, Dennis, I'm clean. And he goes, is he telling me the truth? And he looks right at Ann. She goes, yeah, he's telling the truth. He goes, okay, you're in. And we like, what? He goes, that's it. And I literally said to him, I go, are we good enough? You listened to our cassette tapes. That's what we had back then. And he had listened to us, some talks we had done, probably at Kensington. And I said, are we good enough? He goes, yeah, okay. And I'll never forget it, because he looked me in the eye and he said, it's not about talent. It's about integrity. He goes, I need people standing on the stage representing our ministry who are clean, who are living what they're saying. And I thought, oh my gosh, if you have integrity, it's everything. And if you don't have integrity, it's everything. It's not about talent or skill. And we've been speaking almost 30 years. And we're still speaking. We're doing 2 or 3 this fall for them. And it's crazy. Is it because we're good? Not really. A lot of people can get up and teach good marriage stuff. It's integrity. In my 30 years on the Family Life speaker team, which in that day was like 8 couples, now it's like 90 couples. It's really grown. I think we've seen 5 couples have to be kicked off the team because of a lack of integrity, because they weren't clean and that got found out. And they couldn't represent the ministry in that way. You think that only applies in ministry? It applies in every part of your life. Every part. I used to coach youth football, Rochester Redskins, and high school football at Rochester Adams. And I knew as a coach who claims to be a Christian, when I would walk down that tunnel down to the practice field, I knew it wasn't about my skill. It wasn't whether I was going to call the right play in the right game to get us a touchdown. It was about one thing: is this man, this coach, a man I can trust? Because, see, I was there for a much bigger thing than football. I was there to help young boys become men. And I knew they were looking at me to say, are you a man? Are you a model of what I want to become? I better be. And again, I'm not saying I'm not perfect. I was perfect. But I'll tell you something. And I heard this said, and it's like one of the things I'm really proud of. I heard kids say to me every year at the banquet, says, man, went through the entire season, I never once heard Coach Wilson curse. Never once heard him cuss. I'm like, you didn't? They didn't. Because the mouth is an overflow of the heart. Again, I'm not standing up here saying I'm perfect. It was just like, oh my gosh, it's that important. So I've got 3 minutes and 26 seconds. Let me do this. How do you live a life of integrity? I'll give you 3 quick A's. You ready? Abide. First one is abide. What's that mean? Jesus said, John 15, many of you know this. I'll read it to you. Powerful, powerful statement he made. He says, abide in me and I in you. As the branch cannot bear fruit of itself. In other words, you can't produce integrity by yourself unless it abides in the vine. So neither can you unless you abide in me. I am the vine, you are the branches. He who abides in me and I in him, he bears much fruit. For apart from me, you can do nothing. Is there any way I can be a man who lives out my word every day? Impossible. Can I do it with the power of God in my life? Yes, very possible. In fact, it should be the reality. It should be the norm. It should be consistent. Like a man, a woman surrender to the power of God in their life. It's like God lives in us to give us the power to say something and then live it out. Not just say that, yes be yes, no be no, this is who I am, I will stand on that. How does that happen? That fruit of integrity is produced by abiding in Christ. It was the word of my life in 2017. I always have a word for the year. 2017, the word was abide. A guy gave me a book by Andrew Murray, an 18th century missionary, about abide. And it was really interesting. Murray said, you know, Jesus, when he first called his disciples, he said, follow me. But as he got toward the end of his life, he said, abide in me. It's like, don't just follow me now. For you to have life, when I die, I'm going to be able to give you my power, which right now you can't have because I'm still here. But once I go away, I'll give you the power of the Holy Spirit. That power will be able to live in you. When you abide in him, stay close to him, cling to him, in deep relationship with him, what happens? You get power. I get to speak to your high school kids tonight at Edge. And that's what I'm talking about. What does it look like for a high school kid to be so close to God? There's a power that's connected that comes through that helps them to live what they can never live. A life of integrity. You think people can't do this? Yep, you're right. People can't. But God can in us. So you abide. You know, it's interesting. Tomorrow morning, this won't happen to you, but it's going to happen to me at about 4:45, 5 a.m. My phone will go bzz, 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 right beside my bed. You know what that is? That's a text group I'm in with 9 other quarterbacks that played here in Detroit and are now on different teams around the league that we're still in connection. We started a Hebrews 2018 study together through He Reads Truth. You know that app, He Reads Truth and She Reads Truth? Awesome apps. I'm telling you that because you should go right now and sign up for a daily devotional plan. We decided together, us 9, let's do this together. Hebrews. So at 4:45 tomorrow morning, Drew Stanton would hate me to tell you this, but Drew Stanton, a quarterback with the Browns, he's going to play football today. Tomorrow he's going to wake up at 4. He's going to do the study. He's going to text us all. His thoughts and what God said to him. And then I'm going to get up because he woke me up, and I'm going to do it, and I'm going to send my text, and then Josh McCown and John Kitten, all these guys are going to start popping in, and we're just going to help each other grow. What are we doing? We're abiding together so that we can be men and husbands and dads and leaders of integrity, because we know we cannot do this unless we're daily abiding. And trust me, I know you won't like me saying this, but if you think this is it, I got news for you. This won't work. 1 hour at church, actually 70 minutes at church once a week, ain't going to do it. That isn't abiding. That's being a spectator and watching. You have to work out yourself. I don't care how you do it. Do it. There will be fruit, and the fruit will be integrity. What you say, what you do will be the same. I said there are 3 A's, all right? Here's the other 2 really quick. Abide is the most important, but secondly, apologize. When you blow it, when you don't keep your word, when you're not a man or woman of integrity, fess up. It's the best thing. People that make mistakes or lie or cheat, they come out and they say, I blew it. I had to do that to the Adams football team in a playoff game. Years ago, I got a personal foul penalty on the coach because this ref made the worst call you've ever seen in your life, right? And it was like going to take a touchdown away, and he was standing right beside me. I go, that's just crap. And he goes, Foop. I'm like, you're throwing a penalty because I said crap? Foop. 15 yards. And you say another word, you'll be suspended. You can't coach next week in the second round of the playoffs. My head coach is like, what did you say? Did you curse Wilson? I go, no, crap's not a curse word, I don't think, but it was to him. So I had to get up Saturday morning when we watched film of that game because we were going into the next round, and I had to stand up as a man of God and as a man of character and say what? Young men, I was wrong. We have told you all season, you ever get a personal foul penalty, you're in big trouble, and I got it. And I was wrong, and it'll never happen again, and it never did because I never said a word the rest of my coaching career. But it's like, man, you have to apologize to your kids, to your spouse, to your business associates. You blow it, be a man, be a woman, be the guy, the gal that nobody is, and walk in there and say, I was wrong and I want to make this right. What do I need to do? People follow those people. And then the last one is you need accountability. Have men, women. We got the Oakland Christian soccer team sitting over there. They need men and women in their lives, just like you and I, to be in relationship, because you guys know this, I say it all the time. You're never going to walk with God by yourself. It's impossible. You need brothers and you need sisters beside you to help you, hold you accountable. And I'll tell you what, there's men in my life that when I am not living up to my integrity, they call me on it. Sometimes I don't see it and I'm like, oh my gosh, it's so good, it's so hard, I hate it, and it's awesome because I want to be a man of integrity, and I know you do as well. Because if you have integrity, it's all that matters. And if you don't, it's all that matters. So we're going to show you a video of a guy named Loren Siffring. Some of you know that name. The first man I ever met when I moved to Detroit in 1985 at a fitness club was Loren Siffring. He was a doctor at the time, and he's moved into ministry, and now he's a sage of a man who you'll hear his name all around this area because men follow him. You know why they follow Loren Siffring? Because he's a man of integrity. And I just keep running to people like, yeah, I spent an hour with Loren this week. I'm like, really? Why? And they just tell me stories. This man is the kind of man I want to be. So we just asked him to sit down and talk through. He's just lost his wife, and he's in later years, and some men talking about his life. So we're going to show you this video just as a picture of a man of integrity. And then we're going to take the offering as we do it. Now think about this. We're taking the offering during a video about integrity. You get it? Think about that. We talk about God's the most important thing in my life. And if it doesn't impact everything, including our wallet, I think it's just words. Now, I don't want to just twist anybody's arm. That's your decision. It's my decision. Do what you need to do. But I would just say, man, oh man, if we say one thing, let's live it in all areas of our life. Now, let me say, if you're a visitor today, you're a guest. You don't have to give. This is for people to say, I'm in. And every week we see more people just say the first time ever they gave, and they give during this moment because they want to live out what they say they believe. Watch this.
Guard your lips. As you walk through your days, you have choices galore when you're with people who have needs. To give what you have to fill in their gaps, they will often remember your deeds. Sometimes it would be that the things that you give are not goods, but a promise you make. This two-part gift will be measured for sure. Is your follow-through truth or fake? When you've given your word, it may cause you some hurt to deliver the goods like you spoke. It will measure you, man, so be careful you speak. Your word is your bond. That's no joke. The best gift you can give to a wife or son or daughter is a promise that's kept like it's spoken. A wall is produced that is hard to remove whenever a promise is broken. To be quick to hear and slow to speak will determine the words that come out. Once spoken, the fruit that they bear will be seen to produce life, love, and light, but not doubt. I was raised in a Christian home, my father being a pastor. And so from age 12, I taught Sunday school, and I felt that I knew how to teach any of the pamphlets that go along with Sunday school. But it wasn't until I was 36 that I came to know the to have a relationship with Jesus. And so that was the first thing that I believe was truly authentic when I realized that there was a relationship available for me.
When I was 21, I was getting ready to go to the Colorado Outward Bound School, and it required a physical exam, so I went to see Lauren Siffring, my doctor, and he said, well, where are you going? I'm going to Colorado. He said, well, that's where I'm from. And so we kind of hit it off, and we, had a conversation going. And about 5 or 6 years later, I get a letter from him at my place of work, and he's telling all of his patients that he's retiring, so to speak, from medicine and going full-time into ministry. Well, this was a shock. This was unheard of. Nobody does that. Nobody gives up a medical career to become a pastor, but he did. And I came to see him, and I said, would you consider mentoring me in medical procedures? Because where I'm going to be, there are no doctors, and there's no access to doctors. And he said, absolutely, just like that. And so I started meeting with him on Monday mornings, 37 years ago.
I think it was about 4 years ago, I started to hear men share a name. And I didn't understand why every once in a while it kept surfacing. And I thought, that's really odd that I would hear this person's name. I wonder who this person is. They were talking so highly of this individual. My prayer partner said to me 2 years ago, I think what I'm going to do is introduce you to a man that I know, and his name is Lauren Siffring. And I said, you have no idea what you just said. I told him this backstory, and we made arrangements, went to his house, and it was this moment of receiving that I don't think I've ever experienced in my life. And I looked at him and said, I think I'm supposed to be here. And he says, I know you are. And we've never not met every week since then. And it's just been an amazing opportunity.
We are often wondering about our own integrity. We're wondering if we really do express what is truly in our heart. I think without the power of the Holy Spirit to give us confidence that whatever we've done in the past that has caused us to be broken, or whatever we might do in the future to cause us to be imperfect, without the power of the Holy Spirit, I don't think we can live a life of integrity.
When I moved back from Arizona, and when I first met Lauren and we started meeting together, he looked in my eyes, and it was almost like he saw a timeline in the future, and he started to work on that timeline. And I only say that because he looked in my eyes and he says that you've got quite a bit of healing ahead of you, and your eyes aren't quite clear, and as the years passed, I remember the day he said, your eyes are so clear.
It's amazing.
So he saw that,
yeah,
and he worked towards that. How do you know that about a person?
We have been given life by so many, and that we have an opportunity to offer that to anybody that is willing to be with us, eye to eye, heart to heart, living in the moment, whatever it is, whether it's a difficult thing or a celebratory thing or something that is tragic. We can be together. And so I believe that we're always influencing anybody that's near us. And knowing that we are an influencer should guard what we say and what we do and the way that we act.
I know that often when I'm with Lauren, he says all things with gratefulness. He's taught me that. Even if it's a hardship, be grateful for it. It's going to create something in your life that makes you better and gives you something that you can give to others, which what's happening, their life is appreciating. It's ascending.
I remember about a month after his wife died, sitting in his office. Sometimes the phone would ring, sometimes he answers it. He chose to answer it this time, and it was the nurse who took care of Rhea in her last hours. And he just wanted to know, how you getting along? How's everything going? And then he said this, Lauren, if you asked me to get in my car and come, I will come right now. I was floored. Wow. What could have happened in 3 days that a complete stranger would say such words? And then I just remember the Father's love. It's so powerful. And that's what he has.
Yeah.
I even think after Rhea left us and to be with the Lord, I asked him, "How are you doing, Lauren? How are you doing?" He says, "That I'm fine. It was my privilege to take care of Rhea." Yeah. I learned more in 18 months of watching. You know, I mean, a man's love for his wife.
Yeah.
And that's integrity.
Yeah.
I've had the privilege of hanging out with Lauren before as well, and man, I'm telling you, everything those guys are saying about him as a person, he really does show Jesus in every conversation. And as they were planning this series, and we chose this story, one of the ways we wanted to end this service and the whole series is really saying that in the midst of integrity, in order to really accomplish that, just like Dave was saying today, is it really comes from the pursuit of a relationship with God. It really comes on falling at the feet of Jesus and saying, I want to live like you and I want to be like you. And so we want to sing a song, and we'd love for you guys to join us, called Build My Life. We do it a lot on our midweeks and stuff. And we just felt like it was the perfect way to end. We actually changed it from our last service, and we felt like this was really the perfect way to go. And so we'd love for you guys to stand with us, to sing, and just get after it.
Worthy of every song we could ever sing, worthy of all the praise we could ever bring, worthy of every breath we could ever breathe. We live for you, we live for you.
So Jesus the name,
Jesus the name above every other name, Jesus the only one who could ever save, worthy of every breath we could ever breathe. We live for you, we live for you. Here we go. Holy, there is no one like you, there is none besides you. Open up my eyes in wonder, show me who you are and fill me with your heart and lead me in your love to those around me.
Jesus.
Jesus, the name above every other name, Jesus, the only one who could ever save, worthy of every breath we could ever breathe. We live for you, oh, we live for you. And holy, there is no those around me.
You know, it's interesting what we just did in the last few minutes is we just abided. That was a sense of abiding. It could be reading the Word, it could be prayer. If you're like me and you're driving to work, I'm singing these songs out loud. You should see, you drive by me, you just laugh. Like, look at that dude. He's screaming in his car. I'm going vertical, and it's part of abiding. Think about what you just sang or listened to sing. It's a prayer. Fill me with your heart. That's what people of integrity do. They say, God, I got to have your heart because I can't do this. So fill me with your heart. Right? Show me. Well, actually, the first one is show me who you are. Fill me with your love for others and lead me in your love to those around me. That's our call now. As we leave church, we go do church. We go be church. We be men and women of integrity who people can trust and people will follow to what? To our Savior who makes us that. Now think about this. Last thing I would say, even when we're singing this song, I text Don Anderson, who's down at the Detroit Marathon right now. I was there at 5 a.m. this morning praying for them, and all these runners took off for the marathon. Some of them are still running. They've been running the entire time you've been here, right? They got blisters, and they're not running for themselves. As you guys know, Hope Water we are putting wells in Africa because every one of them raised money, not for themselves, but for people to get clean water who will die without it. So I text Don during that song. I said, okay, dude, give me the totals right now. In the last 6 years, you have been a part of this, whether you ran or gave or even just prayed. You talk about integrity. This is what a church should do. We say we care for people. Let's show up and do it. Well, one way we do it is Hope Water Detroit Marathon. We have put 130 wells in Africa in the last 5 years, which has reached 260,000 people. You understand what I just said? 250,000 plus people are alive today, probably because that water was put somewhere in their proximity. And you have given, in the last, I think, 6 or 7 years, $3.2 million to this effort. It's unbelievable. It truly is. It's the thing when I'm out on the road doing conferences and stuff, people ask me about Kensington. I hate to tell you, I don't talk about this. I talk about that. We're a church that people move out and they go do stuff, and that's integrity. It's one thing to say, it's another thing to do. So as you leave, go do it. Trust me, go do it. Some of you are coming back Saturday night. We're doing a date night. Ann and I are going to talk about marriage. It's going to be awesome. And then next Sunday, new series called The 5 Surprising Things God Loves. These are going to shock you. And the first one is God loves laughter. What? Yeah, he does. And it's going to be a great Sunday next week to be filled with joy. So don't miss it and don't come alone. Bring somebody. You need to pray with somebody? Our prayer team's waiting for you right here at the front. Come on up and pray. I'll see you in the lobby. God bless. Have a great week. See you.
Hey, welcome to Kensington Online. My name is Josh Korn. We're so glad that you're joining us. We are actually finishing up a series called Don't Be That Guy. It's been an awesome day. We hope that you stay engaged the entire service because it is really powerful. Thank you for being with us, and we hope also that you can plug in somehow at Kensington. Come to one of our campuses. We'd love to see you. Thanks for joining.
Seriously? Come on. Excuse me. You could have at least left me a spot.
Sorry, hon. Don't want to get any scratches on her. And by the way, nice van.
What a...
Don't be that guy.
Bananas are my favorite fruit. Hashtag strawberry banana smoothie.
Actually, the banana is not classified as a fruit.
What?
It is an herb. This is because bananas do not grow on trees, but on plants because it never forms a woody stem like a tree does. Rather, it forms a succulent stalk. There's a small shoot from the underground rhizome called quorum. Also, the banana is not related to palms as most people think. So enjoy your herb smoothie.
What the heck?
Don't be that guy.
Hey, we're glad you guys are here with us this morning at Kensington. I'd love to actually invite you to stand and join us in this song. I was buried beneath my shame. Who could carry the kind of weight? It was my tomb till I met. Come on, let's put our hands together. I was breathing, but not alive.
your freedom is all that I know. The old me knew Jesus when I met you. 'Cause when you called my name and I ran out of that grave, out of the darkness into your glorious day. You called my name and I ran out of that grave, out of the darkness into your glorious day. Come on, everybody, let's go. Let's get loud in this place. I needed rescue, my sin was heavy. The chains break at the weight of your glory. I needed shelter, I was an orphan, and now you call me a citizen of heaven. When I was broken, you were my healing. Now your love is the air that I'm breathing. I have a future, my eyes are open, 'cause when you call my name, I ran out of that grave, out of the darkness into your glorious day. You called my name and I ran out of that grave, out of the darkness into your glorious day. You guys can have a seat.
Well, that is a great way to kick off your afternoon, right? It's a great way to kick off my afternoon. Good afternoon, Kensington. How you guys doing today? Yeah, good. My name is Michael Bouchard. I'm the Student Ministries Director here at the Orion campus. Hey guys, how are you? Good. All right, so a couple of things. First of all, if you're new here, we have something for you out at the hub. It's a table outside. There's some cool TVs that say hub, and underneath it, there's cooler people who are there waiting to hang with you. So stop by there before you leave today. Let them know who you are. Let them tell you a little bit about us and answer your questions. And if you've been here for a while and you still don't know much about us, well, that's also a great place to start and get your questions answered and get plugged in. I got this cool thing on today because it says wild. You know what it means? It's our wild retreat. Anybody know what that is? No? Some of you do. Anybody go into that this weekend? Okay. There we go. There's one. Okay, great. So Wild Retreat, it is our retreat for middle schoolers and high schoolers. And hands down, it is one of the greatest experiences you could ever give one of your students. To send them up to Spring Hill. So what we do is we rent out Spring Hill camps up in Everett, Michigan. Now, we go all throughout the year. We have the women's retreat. We have the Rock Your Family. We have Man Up a couple weeks ago. 4th and 5th grades in a couple of weeks. But this weekend is just for middle schoolers and high schoolers. We partner up with the other campuses that Kensington has, and we rent out the whole place, and it's overrun with your students, and it is geared just toward them. So if you want to give your student anything to help set off their school year in a great way, it would be by sending them to the Wild Retreat. Now, if there's middle schoolers and high schoolers in here and you're nervous, or you're like, man, I don't know, I'm not going to know anybody. I just want you to know, in my years of being here, which I've been here a long time, in my years of being here, every student who goes, whether or not they know anybody, they come back with two things. Number one, they come back with life change. There is something that alters inside of us when we take time away and meet with God in a brand new place. But the second thing that happens is every student that goes comes back with their new best friends. Like, you go and you will meet people. So if you're nervous, well, guess what? You won't be alone. There's a lot of other nervous people too. Or you could always bring your friends with you, and then you've got your group with you. So make sure you sign up by Tuesday. Tuesday at midnight is our deadline for online signups. So don't delay. Make sure you guys set it up to do that. Now I'd like to bring up some friends of mine. Let's give it up for our interns. These are our Kensington interns. So here at Kensington, we believe in the next generation, and not just the next generation age-wise, but the next generation of leaders and the next wave of leaders. So every year we have our internship program, and we have a slew of fantastic people who jump on board. And so here are 4 of our 5, and we're going to let them introduce themselves in a minute. But I want to say these people are amazing. I only work with them for 2 months now, and all together as a staff, we've been pouring into them. But really what they've been doing is they've been investing in you, in your students, in your families, in lots of different ways. So could you guys tell them who you are?
Hi, I'm Nathan. I'm a worship arts intern.
I'm Carly, and I'm a production intern.
I'm Marissa, and I'm an 1829 intern.
I'm Jacob, and I'm also an 1829 intern.
And we also have one that's not here today. Her name's Carrie Johnson. She actually was out helping to run Hope Water Project down at the marathon in Detroit, which is pretty sweet. So make sure you meet these people, look for their shirts, and throughout this school year, take them out for coffee or dinner or something. Invite them over, cook them a meal. They'll really appreciate it because interns don't get paid anything. So they would love that. But what we want you to do now is stand up, turn to the person next to you, and tell them what your favorite Michael Jackson song is.
Change once in my life. It's gonna feel real good. Gonna make a difference. Gonna make it right. As I turn up the collar on my favorite winter coat, this wind is blowing my mind. I see the kids in the street, but not enough to eat. Who am I to be blind, pretending that they're not in weave? A farmer's disregard, a broken bottle top, and a one-man store. They follow each other on the wind, you know, 'cause they got nowhere to go. That's why I want you to know. And I'm starting with the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways, and no message could have been any clearer. If you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and then make the change. Na 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 na. I've been a victim of a selfish kind of love. It's time that I realize there is some with no home, and not a nickel to loan. Could it be really me pretending that they're not alone? A willow deeply scarred, somebody's broken heart, and a washed out dream. They follow the pattern of the way you see. starting with the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways. And no message could have been any clearer. If you wanna make the world a better place, take a look at yourself, then make a change. You gotta get it right while you got the time. So you close your eyes, then you close your mind. With the man in the mirror, oh yeah, asking him to change his ways. No message could have been any clearer. If you wanna make the world a better place, take a look at yourself, then make the change. And then
can't do it. Woo! That's all I got right there. That's all I got. But I got the glove. And since this is the last service, I'm auctioning this off. I'll start at 10,000. Anybody? Anybody? Okay, how many love that song, Michael Jackson? I mean, that's one of those classic Jackson songs. Should I preach with this on? What do you think? No? Yeah. You know what? Yeah, thanks, John. I was going to say, you're the first service I've asked that this third time. You're the first service said yes. They all said no, don't do that. But Reagan said, you got to wear this glove. And I'm like, how are you going to get a glove? He goes, there's this thing called the internet, and they deliver stuff to your house. It's unbelievable. Anyway, I can remember sitting, I was in California at the time going to grad school when Michael Jackson did that. Oh, man, I wish I could do it. That moonwalk, anybody do it? You could do it? All right, look at his mom say it. Don't get him up here. You know, in that song, and I didn't even know till recently he didn't write that. You know, a woman did. Garrett wrote that, and he loved it so much. It's like, what a great message in that chorus. I'm starting with the man in the mirror. It's perfect for this weekend. This is the third and final week of the Don't Be That Guy series, or Don't Be That Gal series, which is all about hypocrisy. Don't be that person that doesn't live the life they say they're living. It's a fake. And this one's like, okay, if you're going to change, where does it start? With me. Make the change, you know, right? Na, 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 na. I mean, we're all saying, I'm watching you singing every line, and yet it's a powerful lyric. I think that's why Michael got it and said, man, I got to take her song and take it to the world, because it starts right here. And so it's interesting, as we talk, seriously, interns, you got to do all three services? You got to listen to me 3 times? I feel so sorry for you. That's way beyond your pay grade. They could probably get up here and give this message. I've heard it twice now. But the truth is, you know, we've been talking about this hypocrisy thing, which week 1 we learned that a hypocrite wears a mask. It's like we pretend to be somebody we're really not. And everybody hates that guy. We don't like that guy, right? And the bad rap is this. The church gets the rap that, you know, people say in their studies that research has said people don't go to church anymore because it's just a bunch of hypocrites. Well, guess what? That's true. And it's true outside of church as well. Everybody lives somewhat of a double life in some ways. And so it's like, okay, how can I go from being that guy or that gal that people don't want to follow, that don't want to live a life like, to a guy or gal that is the guy that people want to follow? How's that happen? Well, it happens when you start by looking in the mirror. That's what we're going to talk about today. But it's interesting. It's so easy. I've done this. I'm sure you've done this. To see that guy, that hypocrite, and not realize that people sometimes look at you the same way. You ever notice that? It's like it's really easy for us to see hypocrites in other people and not always see it in ourselves. We had a staff meeting with all of our campuses and all of our staff at Clinton Township back in the spring. They had just opened their building. We're going to have it all staff there. So I was late. So I'm literally whipping down M59 and then Hall Road through Lakeside. You know what I'm talking about? All the construction. And I'm late, so I'm whipping around, and I'm the guy in the left lane where the left lane's for us fast people. Get out of the way. Anybody like me? Everybody else is an idiot except you, right? You're the perfect driver. Everybody else is. So I'm like, so I'm cutting in here and I'm cutting over here because I'm late. And, since I'm late, I'm allowed to do that. So it's all these things go through. And so right when I got to Clinton Township, I hadn't been there in a while and I didn't realize it's right there. So I whip over in the right turn in real quick. And I walk in like, I made it. And as I'm walking in the lobby, all these staff are there, a couple hundred staff. And I hear a couple staff literally standing right beside me. And one of our staff ladies goes, "Oh my gosh, I almost got killed getting in here. Some bald dude in a black car cut right in front of me, right in front of this building. I almost hit him." I'm like, I mean, I never said that was me, but I was like, I was that guy. You always see that guy or that gal and somebody else, and I was that guy. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm the guy complaining about everybody else driving, and I was the idiot that almost cut him off. Now, here's the thing. Today is about this. Let's not be that guy ever again. Right? We're going to finish this series like, how can we be? I wrote it down this way. This is sort of the idea. How can we become the guy or the gal? So you notice I'm not saying that anymore. It's the. I want you and me to be the guy, the gal that people want to follow. Because here's the thing. Wherever it's going to come up. If you and I live out, the theme of today is one word, integrity. If you and I live out a life of integrity, trust me, and I know you already know this, people want to follow people that are people of integrity. Now, let me ask you something. I've said this over the years. One of the things I found out years ago when I was studying this word integrity, it actually comes from the root word, which is a math term, integer. You know an integer? Okay, let's find out who passed math in high school. What's an integer? Somebody tell me, what kind of number is an integer? It's a whole number. You've been in all the services, They're going to get everything right. Boy, that was really amazing. But yeah, it's a whole number as compared to a fraction, which is a part number. It's like, it's a fraction. So think about what this means. A person of integrity is whole. What's that mean? Here's the best way I can explain it. We used to have a coach with the Detroit Lions the first year I was with the team. That was 33 seasons ago. 33 seasons I was with the Lions. This is my first season I'm not with the Lions. If I was, I'd be on the sideline right now in Miami. So for 33 seasons I was there. And by the way, some of you know this. You know how many playoff games we won in my incredible tenure with the Lions? One. Do you know that I'm the losingest chaplain in the history of the NFL? Somebody sent me my record the other day. I was like 215 and 320 losses in 33 seasons. And if they win the Super Bowl this year, I'll be so mad. But anyway, but there was a coach in 1985 when we were at the Silverdome with Darryl Rogers was our head coach. We had a special teams coach named Frank Gans. And I'll never forget Frank's sort of visual of what integrity is. He would always say to the special teams, and actually the whole locker room, and I saw him do this many times, he would say this. He'd go, what a man says, what a man does should match up. He did that all the time. What a man says, what a man does, match up. And then he'd say something like this. If you say you got the A gap, you better have the A gap, because if you don't have the A gap, this guy, he goes, you got the A gap, he's got the B gap, now we can win football games. But if you, and I'm sitting there in the back of the locker room going, that's not just football stuff. If you say, I'm making a promise to you, I'm making a vow to you. It could be a big one like a wedding vow, or it could be a little one like the meeting's at 8, I'll be there at 7:55. Is what you say and what you do matching up? Or is it just words? Let me tell you something. If you ever say, I'll be there on time, and people just sort of roll your eyes, let me tell you what they're telling you. They don't trust your word. That's a gap between a person who's not whole. They're a fraction of a person. A whole person is a man or woman of integrity. Their words and their life are the same. Their walk and their talk are the same. In fact, I've made my own little, definition of integrity. It's just simply this. Integrity equals no gaps. That's it. You can write it down. I want you to write down stuff so you remember the stuff. Tweet that baby out, whatever you want. Integrity equals no gaps. And you're sitting there like, I don't know what it means. Yeah, you do. No gaps between what? What you say and what you do. There's no gap. It's the same thing. You can count on my word. You can count on what I've said to you. I said I'd be there. I'll be there. How do I know? There's a consistent track record. Every time he says he does. Now, I'm not saying that you couldn't get stuck in traffic, and there are times, that those things don't happen, but pretty consistently, man, it's what this woman says is what she does. This man says is what he does. There's no gap between what they say and do. So integrity is that simple for me. No gaps. Or you want a math equation since the word comes from the word integer? Here's a math equation. See if you can figure this one out. T plus W equals I. Somebody tell me what that means. You already know. You're smart. T is what? Talk plus walk equals integrity. It's that simple. Our talk matches our walk. Our behavior matches our beliefs. All that stuff. Let me tell you something. You know this. What is the world looking for? You're looking for it. We're all looking for it. We're looking for men and women of character. What's that mean? Integrity. We can trust what they say. We can watch their life, and it matches up to their beliefs. And let me tell you, and you already know this, if you are a person of integrity or you know a person of integrity, people follow those people. They do not follow people that lack integrity. We live in a world of low integrity. Am I right? I mean, today, I'm old enough to know this, and some of you are close to my age. It's like I lived in a day, which is crazy, that contracts weren't even signed. You could make deals with people with a handshake. You know why? Because the word could be trusted. He shook my hand. He looked me in the eye. He said he'd pay me this for this. It's going to happen. He said he'd be there. It's going to happen. Again, I'm not saying people were perfect, but there was your word was your bond. Now today we're like, no. Put that in writing. And I need 10 lawyers to look at it. I can make sure there's no loopholes in this thing because I've been screwed many times and I've got cheated by people, blah, blah, blah. I am never going to do anything without. I'm on Craigslist, and I sell motorcycles and buy motorcycles, guitars, that kind of stuff. It's so interesting. Like, can I trust you? Like, yeah, you can trust me. Why do you say that? I'm a pastor. That's not. Seriously, you can't even say that now. You can't trust pro athletes. You can't trust people in ministry. You can't trust business leaders. You can't trust teachers. Is there any category that we haven't been let down? Like, oh my gosh, we thought this was true, and then we find out our world is looking for men and women, boys and girls of integrity. Am I right? It is like a rare character trait that shouldn't be rare, and it is. It's interesting. I didn't even put it in my notes when I was building this talk in the last several weeks, but it hit me the first service when I was standing here. That one of the reasons I'm standing here as one of the leaders of a church that I helped start almost 30 years ago is because of a man who I never knew at the time, but he came in and spoke at my seminary for 1 week. He was a pastor in Chicago at the time, just started a church that was booming in the suburbs of Chicago. And our president brought him in to help us as young men and women know how to start and lead churches, and his name was Bill Hybels. And he got up and spoke the first day of the second week of my first month in seminary. And basically, he shared the story of how God had called him and a team of people to start a church for unchurched men. It wasn't a church for church people. It was a church that would reach people that don't go to church. And he walked through the whole thing. I'm telling you, I could take you to the classroom and say, that chair right there, that's where God called me to do what I'm doing. Right there. I was sitting there. Bill Hybels told that thing, and I'm like, that's what I was made to do. I literally came home. Ann was at home. I came home. We had no kids at the time. I go, honey, I know what we're made to do. And she's like, what? What are we doing? I'm like, we're going to be a part of a church wherever God sent us that's going to reach unchurched men. That's what we're going to do. This guy shared this thing today. God spoke to me. I know what we're going to do. And some of you know, Bill Hybels, who led Willow Creek for almost 40 years, probably 3 or 4 months ago. In fact, I was right here at our Christmas Eve rehearsal. And I just walked off the stage and a friend texted me and said, read this. And it was the findings about Bill Hybels' sexual indiscretions with women in his church. And he denied it. And I'm not going to get into it all, but eventually it found out it was true. And his elders all resigned because they defended him. And then they felt like they lost their integrity. They all resigned. They put people in charge of the church going forward because Bill had to resign, and they resigned. I mean, Willow right now, a church of 20, 30,000 people, is like in chaos. And it's all because we found out what a man said and what a man did was not really true. And actually, as I studied this a little bit and finding out about Bill's life, because I was crushed. In a lot of ways, I'm here because of his influence in my life, and I was crushed. And as I dug a little more, I'm like, oh my gosh, the day he stood in front of our class in 1982, he was involved with another woman that wasn't his wife. Then. And I hid it all the time. And yet God can work and God can forgive, and who knows what God's going to do with that. But it's like, oh my gosh, I was just reminded how important integrity is. It's everything. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's everything. I've said all morning, if you have integrity, it's all that matters. And if you don't have integrity, it's all that matters. Of all the character traits that matter, this is probably the foundational one. If you can't trust a man or woman's word, what can you trust? It's all gone. And here's another thought that's really interesting. And I know you know this. You know where integrity is built? In secret. Everybody's got integrity on a stage. Everybody's got integrity in a business boardroom. Everybody says they have it, but where's it built when no one's looking? When you're in a hotel room and nobody's there, what are you doing? When you open your computer screen and you can go to any website you want thinking nobody will ever find out, newsflash, they will find out. But you think they won't, what's going on? When you're in a restaurant in a city and nobody knows you, are you doing the right things? Are you keeping your vows? Are you keeping your promises? Not just to your children and your wife or your kids or your husband, but to your church and to your Lord. I mean, that's where integrity is built. It's like this incredible thing. And here's the amazing thing. When you get down to it, I said this earlier, everybody struggles with integrity at some level. Nobody's perfect. There's only been one perfect person in the history of the world, and his name is Jesus. There was no lack of integrity with him. But every one of us, at some point, we struggle. Church people, non-church people, it's everywhere. You can blame church people, it's everywhere. It's everywhere. Lack of integrity. In fact, I didn't know if this was true, but many years ago, I saw this letter that a guy wrote to the IRS, and I searched around this last couple of weeks. I said, is this like a made-up thing? And as far as I can tell, this actually happened in 1963, I think it was. The IRS got this letter from a guy that said, this check for $1,150 is because I cheated on my taxes last year, and I have not been able to sleep ever since. Signed, Tom. And then there's this PS that says, if I still can't sleep, I'll send you the rest of the money. It's like, are you kidding me? You know, it's like, it looks like a integrity in it. Oh, no, it isn't. It was funny. My oldest son, CJ, and his wife, Robin, lived down in Detroit. And I can remember when CJ was like 4 or 5, maybe 6 years old, I caught him in a lie. Parents, that ever happen? If it hasn't, it will. Oh, my kids are perfect. Yeah, whatever. And so, they aren't. And so I remember I walked in and he had something, he stuffed it under the couch or something. And I'm like, CJ, that was you? No, I didn't. No, I didn't. He's just looking right at me lying. I'm like, dude, I just saw you. And I said to him, just tell me the truth and then we can move on. He goes, Dad, I am not lying. I did not do that. I go, yes, you are. I saw you. Just tell me the truth. And he looks at me, 6 years old. He goes, hey, Dad, do you really think I would lie to you? He said that, 6 years old. And now, parents, what do you say? I said, yeah, I do. And he's like, why? Why do you think I would lie to you? And I said, because your mom lies all the time. I mean, I'm kidding. But, because everybody at some point, there's a lack between what we say and what we do. And when your son asks you that, it's like, yeah, everybody at some point has a lack of integrity. It's actually sort of scary. I don't know if you'll believe this. This is crazy, but one of the most well-known stories about not lying in American history is about our first president, George Washington, right? It's the story of he did not what? Chop down the cherry tree, right? Do you know that Parson Weems, who wrote the biography on George Washington's life, said that story was made up? It's not true. What? So the greatest known story in American history on not lying is a lie. Then that's sort of like, oh my gosh, are you kidding me? It's like, what can you trust? I read this story about a woman who was sort of tailgating this guy and was really close on his bumper, and a light changed, and she thought he was going to go through it, but he slammed on his brakes and stopped at this light. And so she almost hit him, and she stopped, and she was pretty mad that he didn't run through because it wasn't even yellow yet. So she starts yelling, gesturing, honking the horn, the whole thing, and all of a sudden there's a knock on her driver's side window, and she looks, and there's a policeman. And he asks her to get out of the car. He puts her in the police car and takes her to the police squad, puts her in a jail cell for about an hour. Then he pulls her out and he goes, ma'am, I'm sorry. It was mistaken identity. And I wrote down this in John Ortberg's book. Here's exactly what the policeman said. He said, I pulled up behind your car while you were blowing your horn, using bad gestures and bad language. I noticed the what would Jesus do bumper sticker, the choose life license plate holder, the follow me to Sunday school window sign, the Christian fish emblem on your trunk, and I naturally assumed you had stolen the car. So, I mean, it's one of these pretty funny stories that we're all laughing at, but it's like, ooh, boy, she got caught. Looked like this, but, you know, it's probably a mistaken identity. But here's the interesting. John Ortberg says in this book, I want to read it to you, because I think he takes this funny story and then he goes, let me be real. And he says, the world gets pretty tired of people who have Christian bumper stickers on their cars, Christian fish signs on their trunks, Christian books on their shelves, Christian stations on their radio, Christian jewelry around their necks, Christian videos for their kids, and Christian magazines for their coffee tables. But listen to this. But don't actually have the life of Jesus in their bones or the love of Jesus in their hearts. Is he right? Oh, yeah. He is right. It just got real quiet in here because we've all lived there at some point. Think about this. If you and I claim to be followers of Christ, and I'm hoping there's some unchurched men and women that are here and saying, I'm not there yet. Great. That's why come. Just keep coming. Keep going on this journey. We hope that you become a follower of Christ. But if you're not, you'll know I'm going to say what you think. If we call ourselves followers of Christ, what do you think people that know that expect? They expect a higher bar. Wait a minute, shouldn't the God that you say you love make a difference? Shouldn't you have more integrity than people that don't claim to really care? Yeah. If your neighbors watched you this morning get into your car and drive to probably church, and they've probably seen you do that regularly, which is sort of interesting these days, regular church attenders go to church 1.7 times a month. Wow. That means sometimes they're streaming. There's people streaming. Where's the camera? Right now? How you doing? Come join us. And sometimes they can, sometimes they can't, sometimes they're on vacation. It's awesome they're streaming. But people actually come to this building less than 2 times a month are regular attenders. But here's all I know. Your neighbors see you. Trust me, you don't think they do? They do. People in your workplace, people at school, they know that you do this thing on Sundays, go to church. And I guarantee you they're watching you like a hawk to see if that bumper sticker or that going to church thing is just a thing you say or a thing you do. And let me tell you something. When you and I live it out, they will follow you here. When we don't, they're like, whatever, dude. Go do your little church thing. It ain't making no difference in your life than it is in my boss's life. You're all just like us. But when they see the real deal, that our walk matches our talk, and again, not perfectly, but consistently, trust me, we become the guy, the gal that people want to follow. So the question is, so how do we do that? I'll take you to the Word of God. You look in the book of Proverbs. The writer Solomon says this, the integrity of the upright guides them, but the unfaithful are destroyed by their duplicity. What a word, duplicity. What's it mean? Double life. It says the integrity, what? The wholeness of the upright does what? It guides what? Every decision they make during the day. Think about the words he uses there. It guides us. It's the path we walk on. What's that mean? That means a person that has integrity is wrestling every single day with every single decision, asking what? What's right in this situation? What's right in this business deal? What's right in this relationship? Not what's going to feel good, what's going to get me what I want. What is right? That's integrity. And so that the upright are guided by that. They walk into a meeting and it's like, oh, this is a little shady here. I could do this and it probably advanced me here, but it's wrong. What does the upright do? I'm not going to do this. It's not about my career. It's about my character. I'm going to make the right decision. It may be a bad decision for my career, but it's the right decision. That's integrity. And let me tell you, bosses that have people that make right decisions promote those people eventually. Because they want people leading companies that can be trusted, not just people who are talented or skilled, right? And that's what that verse is all about. Here's another one in Proverbs. He says, whoever walks in integrity walks securely, but whoever takes crooked paths will be found out. Think about that one. Whoever walks in integrity walks secure. What's that mean? You're not like looking like somebody catch you? You know, I was a little shady on this thing. What are you going to find out? No, you're secure. It's like I'm confident, not arrogant, but confident. Like I'm doing the right thing. I have nothing to be afraid of. But those, look at this, who take crooked paths, go the wrong way, do the wrong thing, nobody will ever find out, right? Nobody will ever find out, will eventually be found out. You probably know this, but you know who else said that very same thing in the New Testament? Jesus. He said, what you do in the dark will one day come out in the light. It may be tomorrow, it may be 40 years from now, but people will find out about whatever we do that's a lack of integrity. It will catch you. So if that's not a motivation, I don't know what it is, but that isn't the primary motivation, but it's just wisdom to say, okay, how are we going to live this out? You know, it's interesting. You go to New Testament, you look at a book called the Book of James, and some of you know this. Guess who wrote the Book of James? Take a guess. James. You know who James was? I love this guy. He was the brother of Jesus. So think about this. You got to put yourself in his life. He walked every day with his brother saying, I'm the Son of God. He's like, yes, sir, you are. You're my brother. You're not the Son of God. Even though I've never seen you sin, I still don't believe you're the Son of God. He was a skeptic his whole life. You got to love this guy. People are like, everybody in the Bible, I can't relate to you. You can relate to James. Because he's had the same questions you have about Jesus being the Son of God. Well, what would convince you if you're a brother that your brother was the Son of God? Maybe that he would raise from the dead, even predicting it and then doing it. Well, Jesus rose from the dead and James became a believer. That would convince most people. You know, we tend to believe people that say they're going to die, then die, and raise themselves from the dead. We're like, well, listen to whatever you say. And James becomes a believer, a leader of the early church. Now, listen to what he said. His book is so practical. I love James because it's just so practical. And at the end of the book, he says, but above all, my brothers, do not swear. Now, he's not talking about cursing. He says, do not swear by either heaven or by earth or by any other oath. He's saying this. You can write it down in the contract. It doesn't mean as much as what? Let your yes be yes and your no be no, so that you may not fall under condemnation. Parents, I bet you've said this to your kids. Let your yes be yes. If you're going to be there, say you'll be there and show up. If you're not going to be there, say you're not going to be there and don't show up. But don't waffle. That's a lack of integrity, right? Parents, you've said that to your kids. I'm going to talk to your kids tonight at Edge. I get to speak tonight to the high school group at Edge. And I'm going to talk to your kids. And you're like, oh, good. You can go tell them all that stuff. Here's what I'm going to tell you, parents. If you're not living it, you can say all you want. If you're not living it, you can say all you want, because they're not going to go where you point. They're going to go where you walk. You hear me? You know this. I know this as a parent. And as a leader, it's like, man, you can say all you want, but if you're not living it, people don't go the way you say or the way you point. They follow the way you go. So if you're saying to your kids, or you're saying to people at work, or saying to people at school, let your yes be yes, your no be no. I can never trust what you say. Well, you better look in the mirror and say, can they trust what I say? Is my yes, yes? Is my no, no? And if not, why not? It's so important. I've said it already. If you have integrity, it's all that matters. If you don't have integrity, it's all that matters. You know, almost 30 years ago, I got a call from Family Life Ministries, which is out of Little Rock, Arkansas. Ann and I had gone to their conference called Weekend to Remember. In fact, some of you went to the Weekend to Remember last year at the Ren Center in Detroit. How many people went? We had 400 some couples from Detroit go to that thing. There's 1,000 there. And Ann and I spoke for that. Well, this is, and by the way, there's another one this November 9th, Friday through Sunday the 11th. Weekend to Remember, sign up, go to weekendremember.com, familylife.com, sign up. I'm not kidding, it's going to be a great weekend. Ann and I are actually speaking at a different Weekend to Remember that weekend in Estes Park, but it's the same conference with incredible speakers. So anyway, here's the deal. 30-some years ago, we got a call from the assistant to the president, Dennis Rainey, saying they would like to interview us to be potential speakers for their Weekend to Remember. Trust me, to us, that was like the NFL. Like, whoa, us? Speak for that conference? It's unbelievable privilege to even have the opportunity. Well, Dennis Rainey's never met us, but we're going to fly down to Little Rock. Some of you have heard this story, and do an interview with him, and he'll say yes or no. And he's just basically interviewing us on recommendations from other people. So we're flying down to Little Rock, and Ann and I are literally role-playing the interview. Because it's like, we got to pass this thing. So he may ask this, what are you going to say? He may ask this, what are you going to say? We did like 100 questions, so we're ready, right? We go in, we do a big tour of the headquarters, and then we end up in his office. And I'm not kidding. Big desk. We're sitting there. Dennis walks in. He's like a man I love to follow. And he sits down, and he goes like this. He goes, hey, just got one question. And we look at each other like, oh, no. It's pass-fail. It's one question, and I don't know if we can practice this one, So we're literally like butterflies. And I'm like, oh, but we're real cool. Yeah, okay, Dennis, yeah, what's the question? And some of you have heard me say this. Tell me your name. Corey. I know Corey. I know your name. I just didn't remember. So I'm going to look at Corey in the eye and do exactly what Dennis Rainey did, because I was about that far away, except he was sitting at a desk. And he looks at me like this, and he goes, are you clean? Didn't do this with his hands. He just goes, are you clean? Now, I'm not asking you, but I want you to feel as uncomfortable as I did. Because he never took his eyes off my eyes. He just stared at, and sitting right there, and he goes, are you clean? Now, I knew in one word, even though Dennis and I had never had this conversation, I knew what clean meant. I knew it meant sexually. I knew it meant morally. I knew it meant as a man of God. Do you have integrity? I knew all that was in one word. Are you clean? And so I look back and I go, yeah, Dennis, I'm clean. Then he looks at Ann, he goes, you tell me the truth? And she goes, yeah. And he goes, okay, you're in. It was just like that. I mean, I've talked to him many times about that since then. He goes, that's what I did? I go, yeah. He goes, yeah, you're in it. I go, do you remember what I said? He goes, no. I go, I literally said, well, are we good enough? You listen to our cassette tapes. They sent sermons down of us on cassette tapes. Tell you how old that was. And he listened to it. I said, are we good enough? And he goes, yeah, you're okay. That's what he said. And I sort of looked at him almost perplexed, and he goes, let me tell you something. I don't really care how good you are as a marriage speaker. I need men and women standing on our stage representing our ministry who are living what they're teaching. The only thing that really matters to me is integrity. Oh my gosh. Our world lives with talent and skill, and we elevate it. And we don't elevate men and women of integrity. It's totally backwards. We put posters on our walls of pro athletes who can run and jump, and their lives are travesties. And we don't put posters on our walls of men and women whose word is their bond. If you have integrity, it's all that matters. And if you don't have integrity, it's all that matters. And when we joined that speaker team back there were 8 other couples speaking all around the world for family life. Now there's like 70. It's really grown. And let me tell you something. Over the last almost 30 years of speaking for them, they have let 4 or 5 couples go because of a lack of integrity. They weren't clean. And that eventually came out, and they said, you were maybe the most skilled speaker on the team, but no thank you. You cannot represent Jesus in this ministry unless you have real integrity. Does it matter? Oh, yeah. At the end of the day, honestly, it's all that matters. I do funerals. Not always the most fun part of my job, but sometimes they're a really fun job, because at a funeral, guess what people talk about? One thing: character. They don't talk about money. They don't talk about titles. They don't talk about skills and talents. They talk about character, integrity. That's what matters. So I got 4 minutes and 38 seconds. And here's what I'm going to do real quick. I'm going to tell you how. How do you become a man or woman that is the guy or the gal that people want to follow? How do you build integrity in your life? I'll give you 3 A words. It's this simple. Abide. First one's abide. What does abide mean? Abide means you abide with Christ. In other words, integrity, character, is a fruit that comes out of a walk with Jesus. It isn't something you and I can manufacture. Oh, I'm going to become a man of integrity today. I just made a decision at church, and I haven't been, but now I'm going to be. Guess what? Good luck. It's not going to last. You can't do it. You don't have the power to keep your word every time, to keep your promise every time. But guess who does? Jesus. And it's interesting, if you go back to the Word of God and find Jesus talking to his disciples, here's what he said. He said, abide in me and I in you. And by the way, he's not just talking to the 12, he's talking to all of us. Anybody who calls themselves a disciple of Christ, he's saying, abide in me and I in you. As the branch cannot bear fruit of itself unless it abides in me, so neither can you unless you abide in me. You can put a character in there, integrity. You can't do this unless you abide in me. He says, I am the vine, you are the branches. He who abides in me and I in him, he bears much fruit, for apart from me, you can do nothing. Apart from him, you can do nothing. It's like, if that branch ever gets apart from the vine, there's no fruit. But if you stay connected, stay close to Jesus, and I mean, that isn't showing up at church once a week. That's like daily saying, I'm going to work out. I've said this many times. We work out physically. It's a workout spiritually. It's like, I'm going to spend time abiding, getting close, getting connected to Jesus. All I'm going to talk about to your high school kids tonight is what's that look like? How do you get close to him? Because when you get close to him, his love no longer is out there. It's now in you through the Holy Spirit of God. That's why Jesus went away and said, it's going to be better for you that I go away. Why? They're like, no, it's better that you're here. No. I can give you me in you if I leave through my Spirit. So we get his Spirit that does what? It produces integrity. It produces character. We can't do that. He says you can't even do anything without me. But with me, oh my gosh. And so that's a daily abiding. Here's the worst thing about people who go to church. They only abide one hour a week. For some of you, this is your only time. That can never work. It will never give you the power you need to be. And then you're frustrated like, Why can't I live the life I want to live? Because you're not abiding. You abide, his life flows through you. And again, I'm not saying it's simple, but man, there's a power there when you're plugged in. You're plugged in. You're not unplugging. You're staying plugged in. There's power that flows from him through you. You know, it's interesting. Tomorrow morning at about 4:45, my phone right beside my bed will go bzz, 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 which means I got a text, and I know what the text will be. It happens every day from Monday to Friday for the last several weeks, because I'm in a group text with a bunch of quarterbacks that played here at the Lions that I've been their mentor for years, and now they're in different places around the league. And we're doing a study together called Hebrews 2018. That's the name of our group text. It's from an app called He Reads Truth. There's also a woman's version, She Reads Truth. There's all these different devotional plans. So one of these quarterbacks sent a text to us months ago and said, hey, you guys want to do Hebrews 2018? It's a 28-day study. Let's go. So we all said, we're in. So why do I get a text tomorrow at 4:45? Because Drew Stanton, who's the quarterback with the Browns, who's playing football right now, will get up tomorrow at about 4 a.m. and do his study and send the first group text. It starts every day at about 5 a.m. And then somebody else will send one, then I'll send one, because it makes me get up out of bed. I don't want to, but I don't want to look bad with these guys. So I'll get in and I'll open the book of Hebrews and go through the study, and I'll make some comments, what God said to me, and I'll send it. What's going on? Iron sharpening iron. We are abiding together in Christ. And guess what? It causes growth. Let me ask you, you doing that? You can. Like, I don't know those guys. You know somebody? Set it up. Make it happen. I didn't make this happen. Drew did. He's the one that said, you guys want to do it? We're in. Why? Because we know as men that want to be men of integrity and character, we need to abide daily. Actually, all day daily. So the first one is abide. Do it. Jump in. I mean, it isn't just reading the Bible or praying. It's all kinds of different disciplines. If you drove by beside me almost any time, if you see me driving, hopefully not whipping in front and cutting people off, if you drive by me, you will probably look over and laugh. Because I'm probably singing at the top of my lungs, not Michael Jackson. Singing the song we're going to close the day with. I sang all week the song we started today with. Glorious Day. I mean, I'm singing at the top of my lungs. People drive by me, like, look at that, dude. What am I doing? I'm abiding. It's called vertical worship. And it changes your heart as you do that, not just once on Sunday, but all during the week. So here's the other two A's real quick. So first is abide. Second is apologize. If you've blown it, if you haven't kept your word, if you showed up, whatever, it's like I said I'd do this and I failed to do that, go to that person, go to that group of people and apologize. I one time had to stand up in front of the Adams high school football team as a coach and apologize for something I did on a playoff game several years ago. I got a personal foul. A coach got a personal foul because this ref made the worst call you've ever seen in your life in a playoff game, and I said something about it, and he was standing right in front of me, and he said, well, that's the way it is, and I said, well, that's crap. Foop. I said, you're throwing a flag because I said crap? Foop. That's a 15-yard penalty. My head coach comes running down. What did you say? Did you curse? I go, no, I said crap. But to him, that's a curse word. And it's a 15-yard penalty. And he looked at me and he said, you say another word, you will be suspended next week in round 2 of the playoffs. Well, you know what we as coaches had told our players the whole season? You ever get a personal foul, you're in big trouble. Their coach just got one. So what do? As a man of character, I stand up on Saturday morning in our film session and say, guys, I was wrong. I lost my cool. I should have never said a word, and I was a bad model for what I tell you to do. I didn't do. I apologize, and it's never going to happen again. It never did. But you've got to come back and do the right thing and apologize. And the third one is accountability. You got to have somebody hold you accountable. You need other interns in your life. You need other men and women in your life. You need other brothers or sisters that walk beside you. And sometimes they're going to say a hard thing to you. They're going to say, man, you say you're a man of integrity, but you're not, dude. Here's why. And you're like, oh, my gosh, thank you. I needed to hear that. I want to be that man. I want to be that woman. So thank you for that. You've got to have that. And so as we close today, I'm going to show you a video of a man of integrity that is known around this area. His name is Lauren Siffering. He's later in his years. I met him the first week I was in Detroit. I met him in a health club, and he was a young doctor at the time, and now he's an old mentor. Seriously, his wife just died, and he's a man that's had an incredible impact, just impacting this area, just mentoring men. That's what he feels God has called him to do, just mentor men. And you're going to hear 3 guys talk about his role in his life. I'll tell you, you're going to watch a story of a man of integrity who's lived it for many generations now. It's a beautiful story. In fact, what he reads at the beginning, he wrote. Several people say, where did he get that? He wrote this not for us. He'd written it down and just read it. It's all about integrity. And by the way, as we watch this, we're going to take our offering. Now think about this. We're taking the offering as we watch a man talk about integrity. Now think about what that means. If we say Jesus is the most important thing in our life and we never back it up financially, what are we saying? And again, I am not trying to twist anybody's arm. I look in the mirror and ask myself the same question. If he's number one, it better show up in my calendar and my wallet especially. And so here's the cool thing about the offering. So many people don't put anything in that pouch. You know why? They've already decided to give online. You can go to our app and say, this is something that's important to me. It's coming out of my checking account every month, whether I'm even there or not. And so I just challenge you to think, okay, what would it look like if I say this? What would it look like to live this in all areas and let God speak to you through Lauren's story?
Guard your lips. As you walk through your days, you have choices galore when you're with people who have needs. To give what you have to fill in their gaps, they will often remember your deeds. Sometimes it would be that the things that you give are not goods, but a promise you make. This two-part gift will be measured for sure. Is your follow-through truth or fake? When you've given your word, it may cause you some hurt to deliver the goods like you spoke. It will measure you, man, so be careful you speak. Your word is your bond. That's no joke. The best gift you can give to a wife or son or daughter is a promise that's kept like it's spoken. A wall is produced that is hard to remove whenever a promise is broken. To be quick to hear and slow to speak will determine the words that come out. Once spoken, the fruit that they bear will be seen to produce life, love, and light, but not doubt. I was raised in a Christian home, my father being a pastor. And so from age 12, I taught Sunday school, and I felt that I knew how to teach any of the pamphlets that go along with Sunday school. But it wasn't until I was 36 that I came to know to have a relationship with Jesus. And so that was the first thing that I believe was truly authentic when I realized that there was a relationship available for me.
When I was 21, I was getting ready to go to the Colorado Outward Bound School, and it required a physical exam, so I went to see Orion, my doctor, and he said, well, where are you going? I'm going to Colorado. He said, well, that's where I'm from. And so we kind of hit it off, and we, had a conversation going. And about 5 or 6 years later, I get a letter from him at my place of work, and he's telling all of his patients that he's retiring, so to speak, from medicine and going full-time into ministry. Well, this was a shock. This was unheard of. Nobody does that. Nobody gives up a medical career to become a pastor, but he did. And I came to see him, and I said, would you consider mentoring me in medical procedures? Because where I'm going to be, there are no doctors, and there's no access to doctors. And he said, absolutely, just like that. And so I started meeting with him on Monday mornings, 37 years ago.
I think it was about 4 years ago, I started to hear men share a name. And I didn't understand why every once in a while it kept surfacing. And I thought, that's really odd that I would hear this person's name. I wonder who this person is. They were talking so highly of this individual. My prayer partner said to me 2 years ago, I think what I'm going to do is introduce you to a man that I know, and his name is Lauren Siffring. And I said, you have no idea what you just said. I told him this backstory, and we made arrangements, went to his house, and it was this moment of receiving that I don't think I've ever experienced in my life. And I looked at him and said, I think I'm supposed to be here. And he says, I know you are. And we've never not met every week since then. And it's just been an amazing opportunity.
We are often wondering about our own integrity. we're wondering if we really do express what is truly in our heart. I think without the power of the Holy Spirit to give us confidence that whatever we've done in the past that has caused us to be broken, or whatever we might do in the future to cause us to be imperfect, without the power of the Holy Spirit, I don't think we can live a life of integrity.
When I moved back from Arizona and when I first met Lauren and we started meeting together, he looked in my eyes and it was almost like he saw a timeline in the future, and he started to work on that timeline. And I only say that because he looked in my eyes and he says that you've got quite a bit of healing ahead of you, and your eyes aren't quite clear, and as the years passed, I remember the day he said, "Your eyes are so clear."
Amazing.
So he saw that,
Yep.
and he worked towards that. How do you know that about a person?
We have been given life by so many, and that we have an opportunity to offer that to anybody that is willing to be with us, eye to eye, heart to heart, living in the moment, whatever it is, whether it's a difficult thing or a celebratory thing or something that is tragic. We can be together. And so I believe that we're always influencing anybody that's near us. And knowing that we are an influencer should guard what we say and what we do and the way that we act.
I know that often when I'm with Lauren, he says all things with gratefulness. He's taught me that. Even if it's a hardship, be grateful for it. It's going to create something in your life that makes you better and gives you something that you can give to others, which what's happening, their life is appreciating. It's ascending.
I remember about a month after his wife died, sitting in his office. Sometimes the phone will ring, sometimes he answers it. He chose to answer it this time, and it was the nurse who took care of Rhea in her last hours. And he just wanted to know, how you getting along? How's everything going? And then he said this, "Lauren, if you ask me to get in my car and come, I will come right now." I was floored. Wow. What could have happened in 3 days that a complete stranger would say such words? And then I just remember the Father's love. It's so powerful. And that's what he has.
Yeah.
I even think after Rhea left us and to be with the Lord, I asked him, "How are you doing, Lauren? How are you doing?" He says, "That I'm fine. It was my privilege to take care of Rhea." Yeah. I learned more in 18 months of watching, a man's love for his wife.
Yeah.
And that's integrity.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that story. If you know Lauren, I've gotten the opportunity to actually meet with him a few times. Everything those guys are saying about him is true. He's such a man of character, he's such a man of integrity. But what makes him so powerful as a leader is actually his pursuit for Jesus. His love for the Lord, his love for connecting people to the love of God. And so we wanted to end today with a song that we like here called "Build My Life," because we feel like that example was set for us in a guy like Lauren, who's saying he's going to build his life on the teachings of Jesus. So we'd love for you to stand and join and sing with us on this.
Worthy of every song we could ever sing, worthy of all the praise we could ever bring, worthy of every breath we could ever breathe. We live for you, Jesus the name, Jesus
say. Worthy of every breath we could ever breathe. We live for you. We live for you. You know it, sing it out. And holy, there is no one like you. There is none besides you. Open up my eyes in wonder. Show me who you are and fill me with your heart and lead me in your love to those around me. Jesus, the name above every other name. Jesus, the only one who could ever save. Worthy of every breath we could ever breathe. We live for you. Oh, we live for you. Holy, there is no one like you. There is none besides you. Open up my eyes in wonder. Show me who you are and fill me with your heart and lead me in your love to those lost. Sing it again. And holy, there is no one like you. There is none besides you. Open up my eyes in wonder. Show me who you are and fill me with your heart and lead me in your love to those around me. Hold on back time. Oh, your freedom. I will build my life upon your. It is a sing it out. And I will put my trust in you alone. And I will not be. Come on, let's get after it. And I will build my life upon your love. It is a firm foundation. I will put my trust in you alone. And I will not be shaken. Holy, there is no one like you. There is none besides you. Open up my eyes in wonder. Show me who you are and fill me with your heart and lead me in your love to those around me. Holy, there is no one like you. There is none besides you. Open up my eyes, see it out, and show me, fill me, and lead me in your love to those around me.
You know, I think it's a perfect song to end the series because Whether you know it or not, you just abided with Christ. That was a way to abide. Singing vertically. Sort of the words we just sang are really a prayer. It's almost a great way to think about how to live this week. Show me who you are. God, would you show me who you are? Because when you and I see who he is, we are filled with his heart. And then we ask him to lead us to those that he wants us to minister to. That's living a life in integrity. And so we get to do church, and now we get to go be the church every day. The other 167 hours are just as important as this 1 hour this next week. And think about this before you walk out, just a thought to place in your mind. While we've been here at church this morning, there's been almost 300 to 400 people, Kensington people, running in the Detroit Marathon. Some of them are still running. I was down there with Hope Water. That's what they've raised money for. I was down there at 5:45 this morning and prayed for them and sent them out. And think about this. They ran, not for themselves. They ran to put clean water in Africa in the Pokot tribe. And we've been doing this, I think, 7 years now. And think about what you are a part of, and you may not even realize it if you ran or gave or even prayed for them. In the last 7 years, Kensington, has given $3.2 million to put water in Africa. In that time, we have put 130 wells in Africa, which has given water to 250,000+ people. That literally has saved lives. And it's all through a thing called a marathon or a half marathon or a bike race or even a 5K or whatever. And here's what I think about that. I thought, okay, a church can talk about loving people, or a church can talk and do it. And that's just one way that you and I together have said, we're not just going to say we're going to care for those that need help. We're going to show up and do it. And one way we did it today, you weren't even there. You're just here and you're a part of it. So God bless you. Way to go. You're being the church. And that's just one segment of all that Kensington and God's doing in us and through us. And so here's my last thing. If you need to pray with somebody, man, you're carrying something and you want to carry it home, come on up here and let it go. Pray with one of our prayer warriors and take that to God and then walk out of here free. We'll see you back here next Sunday. We start a new series, 5 Surprising Things God Loves. One of the surprising things is God loves laughter. And so we're going to laugh a little bit next weekend and find out what joy really looks like from the heart of God. Bring somebody with you. We'll see you next week, all right? God bless. See you. Bye-bye.